couldn't do it. Then they let you get away with it, or instead of that, and then he says, every time I try and do something, you rat me out. I swear I ought to go to BCI. He's the one who did it. He's the biggest rat there is. He would rat out anybody. I think that's relevant. You're talking about he's going to rat you out to BCI.
I'm sorry, where is that?
That's the very last line, Your Honor. There's a couple of things.
It's the following conversation after that that puts that rat.
What is the conversation? You can't even tell me what it is. How can you sit here and say it gives context when you can't say what it is?
Well, it's a short conversation. Let's put it.
It's a 15-minute conversation.
Do you have the transcript, full transcript of it?
Yes,
I mean,
Pulling it up now.
okay.
We can go on to the next two, Your Honor, because 3851.
3851?
I think that was one, right?
Yeah, that was good.
We're just going to withdraw that. And likewise with 5539.
I'm sorry, what did you say
I'm
about
sorry.
3851?
We're just going to not play it.
Oh, so you're just withdrawing that? Okay, agree.
That was the Olympics conversation. And then 5539, likewise, we just are going to, that was the one where
Okay.
it was, you've got nothing to worry about, they can't have, and then it gets cut off by a voicemail.
All right, so you're withdrawing that one too.
Yes. And then 502, we are agreeing to play all of that. That was their request,
Okay.
with the caveat that we have to, switch that out. I think 502 was the next one.
All right. And then,
17306. I don't agree that that provides context. They had asked to play it all.
what was the objection to 17306 from the defense?
Yeah, if you could give me just one moment here. This is one that was provided. This is a 9-minute and 24-second call, I believe, between George and his mother. I believe it starts around 3.5 minutes, and then they skip about 2.5 minutes or so.
This is where he's telling the one that we're focusing on is basically him saying that they didn't want Chris and Randa to talk.
Yeah, we think this is, if you're going to play it, then the whole thing should play, the whole, just 9 minutes or so, rather than just 2 or 3 minutes of it.
How long is it?
It's about 9 minutes and
9?
24 seconds or so, 42 transfer. And they take a 15-second snippet between 3:37 and 3:51, and then they resume at 6:15. If you're going to take these snippets, they should be put in context of the entire conversation. I believe this is a clear recording, if I remember correctly.
All right, so is there some reason why it'd be add 6 minutes to our day?
I mean, again, Your Honor, we can do that, but it doesn't provide context, is our, thing. I mean, at least it's not as long, so I don't know that we necessarily care, but we don't think the rest of it provides context.
All right, well, the defense feels it does.
Yes.
I have nothing in front of me, so I have two unsupported statements, one saying yes, one saying no. If the state doesn't have a problem with it, nothing in it prejudicial, then the court will order that the entire tape, the entire recording be played. The 17306 only adds 6 minutes to our day. With that, defense would withdraw its objections, is my understanding.
And I can't talk about 3164 yet because I've not looked at that.
Which one?
The 3164, that's the one that I did not have the right 3164.
Okay. So, since it's the wrong one, you're just going to draw it? Or?
No. We've got the right one. So what our CIU analyst crops down the audio to what we need for playing the court. I asked her for the raw recordings that I could take them and listen to them, and also the raw transcripts if there were any. She just gave me the wrong 3164, so I did not have it. So she'll be here in about 15 minutes.
So we'll have a whole new transcript too?
No. So the correct call is in our PowerPoint. I just was not able to listen last night to the full call.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. All right.
So I think we start at 11 minutes or so, and so I think I have to listen to the first 11 minutes to be able to speak intelligently or semi-intelligently.
All right.
So basically, I think we're down to 3164 we need to revisit once I've had that opportunity. Both 3309, which is the last call, and 150, we do not agree that that is relevant or provides any context. The 3309 is, they're talking about getting headstones for their dead grandfather. It's totally irrelevant stuff. So 3309, I think what we have isolated is pertinent, and nothing else on there. At the beginning, they're talking about working for R&L and how he met some guy, or Jake had a conversation with a guy that said he thought he recognized him, and it turns out he knew Grandpa, and they're from Jackson, and it's totally irrelevant to anything. So we do not agree that there's any context provided by quoting the rest of that, and that is a 32-minute conversation. And I don't know how much of that is transcribed that I can provide it to the court if the court, wants or want to play it or what. But
So you have a full transcript that you're looking at there?
well, see, no, because then it says call becomes not pertinent. When they start talking about the headstone. So I do have the full recording, but this is, this conversation that we have isolated in 31 or 3309 is, sorry, let me go to what our 3164 is on what we had, so I'm not looking at 100 different transcripts.
Yes, on 3309?
Yeah, on 3309, this is a good example of something we need to bring up. This is a 32-minute call or conversation. They have isolated about 37 seconds out of this call. If the court allows them to use just this segment of the call, I think the jury should be instructed that there are
Well, that's true of all the recordings, isn't it?
Yes.
None of them are complete, is that right?
Absolutely, Your
But there
Honor.
might be one or two. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I would think that he would be able to ask that on cross-examination, or I can certainly bring it out from her. I think it's going to be obvious, and I think that was covered the last time. You know, we're only supposed to be playing what's relevant and pertinent and all that stuff. That's part of the interception warrant kind of idea, too. The court doesn't want you listening to non-pertinent stuff.
If I remember correctly, I think there's actually an instruction in the Jones case that talks about at least the transcripts not being the entire call. So that could be instructive with respect to if there is going to be instruction to the jury about this being just segments. That probably is a good instruction at least to take a look at.
You know, we're all familiar with the law and with how these intercepts generally work. The jury obviously isn't. And so, you know, my concern is if the jury is played, for example, 3309, they hear this 37-second conversation, they think that's all there was. You know, and it's simply not true. It's 37 seconds out of a 30-some minute conversation, and the jury should at least know that so they can put some context that this wasn't the only thing they were talking about.
All right.
All right.
I may need the Jones site again. I read that. Maybe I have a copy of it even, the opinion. Is that the one also that dealt with the instruction about the listening aids?
Yes, that is the case. That talks about this.
All right.
Yes, sir. I give you a site, but I don't have it in front of me right now.
Yeah, I think I have. I may even have a copy of the opinion here. All right. So, and that's 3309. So I'm going to, unless there's some specific objection other than just play it all, I'm going to overrule the objection to 3309. But I do think the jury should be informed that this isn't the entirety. In many cases here, it's not the entirety of the conversation.
And Your Honor, to that end too, I mean, there's times that appear on the transcript that they'll be looking at, the listening aid that they'll be looking at. You know, so I think it'll be.
Yeah, but that's the point. The listening aid is not evidence.
Yeah.
The listening aid is not
Right.
evidence.
I'm just saying they're going to be having that while it's playing, so they'll see that.
Right, but they shouldn't be seeing that necessarily.
Okay, well,
Because,
do you want them to
Well, they
know
should
that
be
it's permanent or not?
I mean, we don't want the listening aids at all. We think that it's clear enough where the listening aids are not appropriate.
Does that leave us with what, 150?
Yes.
Where are we with 150 again?
We disagree that it, that all of it should be played.
How long is it?
Well,
150, I believe, is
22
21
minutes.
55 seconds approximately.
And
It begins somewhere 2:59. We think it's a segment selected by the state starts about 5 minutes into it. And ends about, I think they're playing about a 2.5-minute segment, starting about 5 minutes into it, at least according to our master. And the entire thing is 21 minutes.
Is there something that you can relate to the court as to the relevance to the other few minutes of it or the other 20 minutes of it, whatever it is? Is it something that, I mean, I don't want to take up the jury's time listening to static or nothing.
I can tell you what happens immediately after, Your Honor. So when he says he would rat out anybody, okay, then George says something that is unintelligible, at least according to the full transcript that I have. And then Jake responds with, I'm the one that got him the $35 truck at the Lowe's truck stop the other day, supposed to be a $25 toy. Don't tell me I don't think of him. Dinosaurs, or he loves pickup trucks. You know what? He loves it. George, yeah, I agree. Jake, he loves it. George, you're getting crazy. Jake, either way, I spent $75 on that. I got Sophie a $25 unintelligible. And then it says, non-pertinent conversation continues about Bullwine knowing about Granny. George and Jake talk about changing drivers at midnight and how much sleep they get. The call was minimized at 14:22, spot checked at 14:50. George says, how hard would it be to get R&L to ship something out of Alaska? George says, might get a discount, how much it costs to ship our antlers and stuff on one pallet. It just takes some time, because trust me, you're gonna want them. Want some unintelligible with you. And then the call was minimized. So I don't see how that's pertinent, to be honest.
Judge, we'll withdraw, Judge.
Say it again.
We'll withdraw.
All right, okay, to 150.
To 150.
I think that resolves all of them. doesn't it?
I don't think I'm. So 626 and 502, we need to decide the full call on the
And 17.
in 17306. And then I still need to check on 3164. Is that right?
Okay, so 626, the objection was withdrawn. You're playing all of that. 150, the objection is withdrawn. We'll just leave what 150 is as it is. Let's see, 3851, I think you agreed to withdraw that recording, so basically,
Yes, Your Honor.
5539, you're also withdrawing that recording, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
502, you're going to play it all,
Yes,
and
Your
with
Honor.
that, the objection of the defense is withdrawn since it's all being played. 17306, also you're going to play all of that,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the objection therefore is withdrawn by the defense. 3164.
I need to listen to that.
What is it?
That's the one that was not able to listen to last night, that our analyst is supposed to.
Okay, you'll have to listen more to that
Yeah.
or something. After she gets here, maybe she is here already. And then 31, 3309 objection. Is that the one we just discussed that we're?
Yeah, you overruled their request to
overruled
play it
that
all.
one? That will be played just as well as it is here. Now, does that resolve them all?
It resolved all the 8 ones that we had not discussed. And you also mentioned today that the 229, we can play the part where they say they know they're being listened to, but nothing else. So I'll have to look at that.
Okay. 3309.
229.
All right. See, I intended to instruct the jury. Let me just read this in its entirety, and I'll look at some other what we say about just being partial transcript. But ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing some audio recordings. With respect to each of these recordings, you'll be provided a transcript of the recording. These transcripts are being provided to you as listening aids only. They are being provided to you to assist you in understanding the audio recordings as these recordings are being played. The listening aids are not evidence. They are not intended to replace or overrule your understanding of what you hear on the audio recordings. The audio recordings themselves are the evidence. The listening aids are to be used only as listening aids and are not as a substitution for, and not as a substitution for the content of the audio recordings. Now, that's pretty much out of that Jones case. I feel like I probably should go on. We've talked about this, but my feeling is that those listening aids are not to go back to the jury room. Now, if they listen to a tape and they feel like there's some fuzziness there or something like that, they can let us know if they feel like they need some other instruction about the video, about the tapes. But my concern is if we send a listening aid back and they have a question about the tape, they're gonna pull the listening aid, look at it real quick, rather than listen to the tape, because it's quicker. And I don't feel like I think that would elevate the listening aid to evidentiary value at that point, which we're not supposed to do. So, and I'll look at something in the Jones case to see if there's something in there that talks about, but I think I'm capable of telling them it's not everything that's being played anyway, if I can't find some previous instruction. All right, so it's, we have about 45 minutes before the jury shows up, so maybe you can work out your
We need to
difficulty.
spread it around, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, at some point I'll have to come back about 3164.
On the record now again, with the defendant present, with his attorneys, Mr. Parker and Mr. Nash, the state represented by Mr. Junk, Ms. Canepa, Mr. Wilson, and also present is Mr. Agent Scheider of Ohio BCI and I. Did counsel discuss and resolve anything with respect to, I think it was 3164?
No, Your Honor. I would just like to put on the record kind of where we're at. Logistically, we've been able to make the changes to the first 20 phone calls that appear, or conversations that occur. Basically, just before call number 502, which, if you'll recall, we now are going to play all of it. It's just logistically a lot to, not so much the audio, but to the transcript. Merge that. Same with 17306, and then 3164 appears in the second half of our phone calls. So what I would propose is we do have the first 20 change the way the court has instructed. I suggest we start so that the jury's not waiting down there, and then maybe we do an hour and a half for lunch so that we have enough time to get those others the way the court has instructed us to, and then we can also talk about 3164, if that's
That
permissible.
worked out pretty fast. Do you think we can get through 20 before lunch? I'm not sure how long it takes.
I don't know because, I've stopped keeping track of how long each one is. Some are very short, some are lengthier.
Right. So with that, is counsel for each side ready to have the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, would the court be willing to reopen and hear a couple cases on audios 229 and 15811 in regards to the threats against Agent Scheider? We found some case law covering that.
What are you trying to do now?
The court would be willing to look at a few cases in regards to the threats against Agent Scheider. There's a 2018 State versus Gordon indicating evidence of threats or intimidation to witnesses reflect a consciousness of guilt are admissible as admission by conduct. That actually cites State versus Soak out of the 8th District, which itself cites State versus Leonard, which is a 4th District Court of Appeals case, and it goes to say evidence of threats or intimidation of witnesses reflect a consciousness of guilt or admissible as admission by conduct. We would argue that the statements made by this defendant on the wire, one of them in 229 discusses the defendant committing a violent act against Agent Scheider. That would be a violation, I believe, of 290702. Additionally, in number 15811, he's talking about that MFer doesn't want to start pushing me. He starts pushing me. He's going to have a very bad effing day. And we would consider that a threat, considering what the defendant was being investigated for at the time, and this being a threat directed specifically to the lead investigator on it. There's discussion that at least one point that Agent Scheider is listening in, and additionally, it's about head against the freaking pavement, and his brain is going to come pushing out his eye. That is at least felonious assault, if not attempted murder or murder. Under the circumstances, again, considering what this defendant is being investigated for, and Agent Scheider is well within his rights and the other investigators to consider this a direct threat and have to take precautions against it.
Which one are you reading there?
This would be 15811, Your Honor.
That one is in our second batch of calls, either in the latter half of the day, I suspect. The 229 that he referenced is the one that you said you could play the part where he says, you're listening to. He says, Ryan, I know you're listening to me, and then goes on to make threats.
That's the one with the racist comments in it?
I think so. I mean, he says.
I'm not going to reconsider that one. We're going to leave that out. Now, with respect to 15-8-11.
I mean, he says,
Basically,
he says black in there one time, but it's basically threatening
Yeah.
to rape him.
he's basically threatening to rape Agent Shire. I'm gonna bend the MFR over and him with his own junk, throw a sausage at him. Basically, that is 29 or 72.
I think that's a rant. I understand what you're arguing, but I think that's a rant, and that's what I'm not going to reconsider that. I don't know about 15-8-11. Does defense wish to argue about that one?
Judge, it's very similar to being a ram. It's not a true threat, as we discussed yesterday with the U.S. Supreme Court case law. The client's not charged with any criminal offenses with respect to the speech. Once again, these are interceptions when he's out of state, driving his truck with his brother, I believe. So we don't even know where he is, but the state doesn't know where he is. He's somewhere probably out west. There's no immediacy to whatever he's saying. It's not a true threat. He hasn't been charged with any criminal offense related to his words or speech. We don't think it's appropriate for the court to change its decision at this point in time. We need to try it in advance of resolution.
Do you have something else, Mr. Gilley?
Yeah, in regards to these threats, actually, Agent Scheider would be willing to testify that they were aware that the defendant and his family were Googling Agent Scheider's residence. There were some precautions that had to be taken care of under the circumstances. And he's saying these things, and yet they're trying to find out where Agent Scheider lives, and one can only assume that they're planning on doing something to him, especially under the circumstances of what they're being investigated for.
I would just say.
It's basically threatening to commit a
Look,
violation.
in context, I'm not, in context, it looks like on 158-11, the reaction is to some remark that was made. I have no idea what it was. It's not in the transcript. I don't know if it would appear in any part later or earlier what the remark was. It doesn't look like it's a reaction. It looks like the immediate context was a reaction to a remark made, not to the investigation itself. I don't want to open this up to error in that when we get into undue prejudice as a result of emotional reactions to comments or things like that. So I'm not going to reopen that. Let's get the jury in. Let's get these tapes played. They're coming in relatively late anyway. I mean, I should point out that we haven't had these, I think, exchanged until. Now, the whole thing were, but as far as identifying these and getting these exchanged, it's just been within the last 2 or 3 days. We just need to get it done so that we can get on with the case. So let's proceed with it. Is both sides ready to have the jury brought?
Yes, thank you.
Is the state ready to have the jury brought?
Yes, sure.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Today, you'll be listening to some audio recordings. With respect to each of those audio recordings that you'll be listening to, you'll be provided a written transcript of the audio recording. Now, it should be noted that several of these audio recordings that you'll be listening to include only a part of, and not all of, the conversation that took place. Now, the written transcripts that each of you will be provided are being provided as listening aids only. They are being provided to assist you in understanding the audio recordings as these recordings are being played. The listening aids, and that is the transcripts, the written transcripts, are not evidence. They are not intended to replace or overrule your understanding of what you hear on the audio recordings. The audio recordings themselves are the evidence. The listening aids, that is the transcripts, are to be used only as listening aids and are not a substitution for the content of the audio recordings. You will not have the written transcripts, that is the listening aids, with you during deliberations in the jury room. Now, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would recall Ms. Everslage to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God? And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello again.
Hello again.
If you could, please state your name for the record.
Julia Everslage.
And Ms. Everslage, at the beginning of this testimony, I would like to focus your attention on the interception warrant that was obtained in 2018, or interception warrants, plural, I guess I should say.
Yes.
Speaking of that, can you tell us first of all, if there was anything different that you guys did in 2018 when compared with 2017 interception warrants?
Yes. There were a number of organizational steps, I guess is an okay term for it. Supervisors had determined that we should try to better organize the second time around. We also had a bigger number of devices that were to be used. So we needed additional personnel from outside of the core investigative team. We just simply didn't have the coverage for all of that. So we had solicited efforts from other agents, other analysts assigned to my unit, and so we had to give better training, more case update type information. So we had what was mandatory briefing for anyone that wanted to participate in monitoring these devices. They had to attend this training. It was basically a case summary kind of thing with details about the Wagners and about the victims' families, things like that, so that they could have a better understanding perhaps than maybe all of the monitors did in 2017. So we attempted to just ensure that everyone had a better understanding the second time around, as well as just getting to know people who would be working together, things like that. And then the final step, we created a subject matter expert position for someone who would be for every shift in the wire room, which was, I believe we had 3 shifts running when the truck was gone. And so you had a person there that was kind of like a case expert. I was one of them. My coworker, Dana, was another person. There were other agents who were part of that core team that knew, from day one to that present day, what had happened, the details, all of that. And so those people were there as a resource for other agents or, personnel who weren't as familiar with the investigation as as the core team.
Okay. And can you tell us, is one of those purposes in order to determine what calls are pertinent and which calls are not?
We were certainly there as a resource. It was up to the monitor to determine if that call was pertinent or non-pertinent. They were the person actually marking that in the system. But for reference, for us, helping to determine if a particular conversation was definitely pertinent to the investigation, as a whole, that was what we were there for as a resource. So they were ultimately, there to make the decision in the system, but certainly we were there as a resource to say, hey, they're talking about this or they're talking about that. Is this something that we should continue listening to? And we were there, to say, that would be something good to listen to, or, just keep listening to better understand, things like that.
Okay. And was there also any legal training provided?
Yes. So as in 2017, and with every other interception warrant that is obtained, a person, whoever wants to monitor or be a part of the investigation with the wire, has to do minimization training. Again, it's just a briefing from an attorney and giving you kind of the...
I'm sorry.
Object.
Basis this.
Legal training for whoever monitors is not relevant. They intercept certain things.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
This is a training required by every interception warrant to monitor or participate in the investigation. So that was the same thing from 2017 to 2018. It's the same thing for every other interception warrant I've ever worked in my career. So.
Okay. And you indicated that you had more devices that you were monitoring. Tell us about that.
Yes, so we obtained warrants for the phones, and I'll have a slide breaking down all of the devices and the names of them, but simply put, we had phone interception warrants that were placed by our tech ops agents inside the R&L carrier's truck that the Wagners were driving every week. So there were devices both placed in there, and then we had listening to the phone at the same time. If the truck was parked, we were not listening to the truck. We had advance notice of when they would be their schedule with R&L, things like that. So when the truck was parked, we weren't listening to the truck.
Okay. And can you tell us how those devices in the truck worked as far as being able to monitor them? Were they just on and you just listened, or did it work differently than that?
Yeah, it worked differently than that. In my prior testimony about the device that was placed in the Wagner vehicle in 2017, it was like that type of device where you had to make a phone call to connect to the device and then begin recording that way. So it wasn't recording all the time. It required the monitor to call in, begin recording, and then listen and deem if they wanted to continue listening because it was pertinent, or to get a better understanding, or it could be minimized and not recorded. So it was the same type of idea as the device in 2017.
Okay. And again, you previously talked about the term minimized, and you just kind of said it there, but when it's minimized, is it recorded or not?
No.
Okay, so you can never go back and capture or listen to a part of the conversation that was, quote, minimized.
Correct.
Okay. And when you had this big training and case details were provided, do you recall who was providing that information?
I believe Agent Scheiderer was leading it, or I don't remember who the lead was, but there was input from a variety of people on the core investigative team. Myself and Dana, the other analyst that was assigned to the case, helped prepare the presentation. It gave a timeline of sorts, and there was input from different members of the investigative team, certainly.
Okay. And do you have a rough idea of how many calls were recorded?
I don't. It was more than we recorded in 2017, that was for sure, but there were more devices in 2018. But there was certainly more that was recorded and more that was deemed pertinent to the investigation in 2018 than there was in 2017.
Okay. And as part of being that subject matter expert, again, that required you to be intimate with the case details, correct?
Yes, those were people that were chosen by supervisors at BCI or the attorneys that were involved in the case, people designated as such. It couldn't just be like, I volunteered to do this. It was someone that was chosen, that had been there from the beginning. And I don't know exactly how many there were, but 5 or 6, I think, people that were there all the time. Myself and the other analyst, Dana, were the primary subject matter experts that were there in the wire room.
Okay. And as a result of your participation in that monitoring of the interception warrant, I guess we should start with, let's talk about when it was first instituted or implemented and the duration of it. If we could go ahead and have the PowerPoint, please.
I don't see anything on mine.
Thank you. Okay. We're going to, this will be marked as State's Exhibit quadruple I-1. And first of all, can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes. This was from a spreadsheet that we used in the investigation, but this basically outlays the devices that the interception warrants were obtained for, the dates of the original orders, and then if an extension was granted by the court for an additional 30 days, that date is on there as well. The trucks were granted 2 extensions, and then the phones were just slightly off with the dates with that. So on the far left side, you'll see the vanity name. The truck devices were named TS and then a letter, so A, B, C, and D. And then E, eventually one was replaced due to audio issues. And so that one has a later date because that was a replacement device. But there were 4 devices in the truck. On the transcripts, there is the name TSA or TSB, C, etc. will be listed on there, as well as the placement of the devices. So I believe the A1 was in the front passenger. There was one in the sleeper compartment of the truck, and so those would be designated on the transcript about the location of those in the truck itself. And then going down to the bottom portion, the phones, they were TT2 through 9, and those were designated here with the phone numbers corresponding to the user of that phone.
Okay. And so what was the starting date of both the truck and the initial phones that you went up on?
The dates of the first orders were signed May 24th, 2018. I don't recall specifically when information started coming in the system, but that was the date that the order was signed. And then the first 3 phones, George Wagner's phone, Jake Wagner's phone, and Angela Wagner's phone, were additionally signed on May 24th, 2018.
Okay. And then it appears Billy's was on June 4th.
Yes, June 4th, 2018. And then the final 3 phones were second numbers that were later obtained through the T3 or the intercept for George, Jake, and Angela. So those were replacement phone numbers for the previously intercepted phones.
Okay, so they had stopped using the first 3 phones there and replaced them with these phones?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall why you did not go up on Billy's phone at the same time as the other 3?
I don't recall the specific reason off the top of my head.
Okay.
No, I don't remember at this present moment.
And it appears that you were, the last basically, it appears that you went through the end of August as far as monitoring this. Is that correct?
Yes, so the truck, the second extension was signed on July 27th, so that would have provided us another 30 days of listening. And then the last phones, George and Jake's phone, were granted extensions on August 16th, 2018, and I believe like the third week of August was generally around the last time that anything was recorded.
Okay. And now the phones, tell us how they operated differently than the truck devices.
So the phones, as I stated in my prior testimony about the 2018 intercepts, the phones are basically, in the most simple terms, the phone company routes a copy of the transactions that are occurring on that phone through their network to our computers to listen to. That's the most simple way to explain it, and then it comes into our system. It's all maintained. The truck data and the phone data was all kept in the same system, and you could easily, run them together. You could hear or see what other calls were taking place, and that was useful for the monitors that were assigned to the truck, that they could, if they heard conversation, they could know that one person was on the phone, things like that. So those were all kept in the same system. They were visible for all the monitors to see, but not listen to. It was, each person had an assignment when you were monitoring. So.
Okay. And did you prepare some recordings for us today of what you deem to be pertinent conversations?
Yes.
Okay. And just as a caveat, is this an exhaustive list? Is this all of the pertinent conversations, or did you pick samples?
These are a selection of them. There were many, many more.
Okay. Your Honor, before we play the first one, I don't, if you just want me to hand this and they can pass it around, and listening
Transcript's off
aids.
the first one, yeah.
Okay.
Double check those phone numbers just to make sure that the number.
It's correct. Starts around here for you guys. Your Honor, can we approach for just a minute?
Object to what?
We can approve this, we object to this.
Your Honor, if we could
This particular thing that you're looking at here on the screen is not evidence either. The evidence is from the witness and from the audio tape itself. So just so that you're aware of what we're doing now, I think this is being presented to try to aid you in understanding, but the court's going to make some rulings on what we show and what we do not show, because you need to focus on the evidence, which is the audio tape itself, all right? And those listening aids that you have are just listening aids, and this that appears up here is not evidence either, all right? So you may proceed to ask your questions, if you have any more questions of this witness.
I have none. If we could please play, the audio will be 2A.
I can't help it. Your mom talks really loud on the phone. I was in the back room doing my job applications and stuff, and I couldn't help hearing that she was telling you that you ought to respect me again.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. What did you say? So you couldn't help hearing what?
I couldn't help overhearing because I was in the back room and I heard your mom telling you that you should suspect me again.
Oh.
Or more accurately, that you should never have quit suspecting me. And, it kind of ruined the day.
Well, for a long time,
I can't hear you. What was that?
Saying that I was,
What was that?
she wasn't exactly saying that I should still or never have to stop. Like, it was more along the lines of, are you sure that like, are you just going to take what somebody said and just drop the subject? Because apparently somebody said something else that wasn't what she said before. Like, first it's did, it's did, it's did. It's, I don't know, something like that.
I didn't hear any of that. You keep freaking out.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
I said that Mom had said that she wanted to know if I could still what something said and just drop it after that. Because apparently somebody had told her that you did, think you did, think you did. Give me back and forth. Something like that or whatnot. I don't know exactly what she did. She's just extremely worried.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Are you okay?
Nope. What?
It's okay.
No, it's really not.
What?
It's not really sustainable to live with this kind of suspicion.
What was that?
I said it's not really sustainable to live under this kind of suspicion.
No, I think that.
Neither do I.
All I know, Mom said that she was going to leave it all up to me, and what happens, whether anything happens or not, is all on me. So, I don't know exactly what that is. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
What's wrong?
It's just really, really difficult to live with someone who thinks that I'm worse than a murderer. And he was so willing to believe it. Someone who's like jumping to believe that I'm worse than a murderer. All relationships are built by trust and destroyed by distrust. And this kind of distrust is it's eating away on my soul.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, I know why she is like that. She was like that before. And maybe it is BTI's fault. I don't know.
It's probably Tabby's fault.
Well, yeah, actually, but both their fault. I'm sorry.
I know you are. Kind of makes me want to just not exist. So.
Something. No matter what my mom thinks I do, no matter what I do.
Apparently what you're in sync with me and subject to change at the drop of a hat.
And was that the extent of that conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit quadruple I3.
Terry, could you, do you want the bailiff to gather these up?
I mean, that's okay. Yes, that's fine.
Want to get those? All the jurors, each juror should give your copy of that transcript to the bailiff.
Yep. Thank you, sir. Quadruple I3. Oh, that's this. Okay.
This is call number 471 for this particular line. The date and time of the call is May 30th, 2018 at 21:50. It is an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Beth Wagner. The context notes read, Jake and Beth Wagner discuss the dynamic of the Wagner household.
Same objection.
All right. Again, I want these provided to defense counsel before they go up there. So they have some opportunity to discuss, or to object if they do, to whatever the comment portion is.
This is identical to the last slide, Your Honor.
I'll overrule the objection in this particular case, but I think before they go up there, a copy needs to be presented. I assume they exist in hard copy form somewhere.
Okay. Can we play quadruple I3A? Oh. Sorry. Now, can you play that, please?
Okay. What part did you hear?
I heard that you love me and that it doesn't matter what she thinks about me, it just matters what you think about me. You say that, but I live with her 5 days out of the week and you 2 days out of the week.
I didn't hear you speak it out. You say that, something.
But I live with her 5 days out of the week and with you 2 days out of the week. So it does actually matter.
Oh. Well, that's exactly not actually what you think. It's just her not letting her guard down to say, because she doesn't want to take a chance, or if she could be right, or not be right, could be right, or it could be wrong. That's the topic, not her. That's the topic.
You do know, right, that I have to pretty much stay away from the kids the whole time you're gone, and if they come anywhere near me, she freaks out. And if, basically, if I have anything to do with them, it freaks her out, and so that freaks me out because, everything is on the line.
What do you mean?
I've told you Sophie keeps trying to close me in the bedroom with her. If I was to not be paying attention 100% of the time, and if she was to succeed and close and lock the door for more than 1 minute, your mom would see that as a possible time when I could have been abusing Sophie. So I'm literally constantly on edge and constantly watching and constantly having to make sure that I don't touch the kids or that they don't follow me in a room or follow me into the house when your mom's not in there or anything like that. And she's constantly watching the same way, like having to make sure that they're not following me and make sure that we're not alone together. And it is extremely stressful for everybody concerned. And of course the kids don't understand why they can't play with me, and so they keep being like, hey, play like this, and I can't do it because yeah. So it's just really because, like I said, if there was ever a time when I wound up being alone in the house and alone in the room with either of them, that would be seen as a potential time when I could have been abusing one of the kids.
I don't know how to fix that. I'll try to figure out a way, but at this moment, I don't know.
Well, there's an easy way to fix it, but it's the way you don't like.
What?
Distance.
Yeah, that is true, but again, it's like literally putting out a relationship in a mailbox and shipping it around the world till it comes back.
Mm-hmm. Right now that's practically how it is anyway.
What is it?
I said right now that's practically how it is anyway.
How do you think?
It's pretty much on hold as it is.
How?
Because of how Sophie doesn't like me being here.
Yeah, but after a year, honey, I would say she'll get used to you, because you're still new to it.
You know, she's not going to accept me unless your mom does. You see that, right?
Well,
If your mom's on edge around me, she's going to be on edge around me.
yeah, I mean, I can try talking to mom about things, but honestly, it comes down to it. It really, I don't know. You really need to put your concerns in.
Really what?
So when it comes down, I said I could try talking to mom about how you feel about this and that and whatnot. But when it comes right down to it, it'd be better if you talk to mom about how this is concerning you about the honest stuff and whatnot.
She wouldn't care. That doesn't matter to her. See, your mom could care less how something affected me. That doesn't matter to her. The only thing that matters to her is the kids and you guys. So she doesn't care diddly squat how something affects me. Because, I mean, and think about it. If you had a snake in your house, and she sees me as a snake, if you had a snake in your house, you wouldn't care one bit how the machete you're swinging at the snake affects the snake. You don't care. And that's the way it is. So it doesn't matter how something affects me to anyone but you.
I'll talk to her.
I don't know if there's really any way of making anything different. I mean, as long as that suspicion is there, it's going to be like that. And there's pretty much no way of disproving that suspicion either. So it's kind of there. I mean, obviously I could prove from this point on that I am not doing that, but there's no way to prove that I did not do that. And so, no matter what happens, that suspicion will still be there.
I don't know. I'll have to talk to her about it. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Other than that, did you tell my mom that the whole first week we was together in that house that I tried to have sex with the neighbor associated with you?
I didn't say the whole first week. I said in the first week you did. Because she brought it up. She said that sometimes Sophie is a light sleeper or pretending to sleep, and so you might think she was asleep and she wasn't, and that she might have seen something during that time, like you might have thought she was asleep, and then she was talking about the shirt off comments that Sophie had made in the living room. And so I did tell her that during the first week we were living here, you had sometimes done that sort of thing after Sophie was asleep, like looking down my shirt or wanting to do something more in here. I didn't say that it was all week long. I said that just in the first week that did happen, that you had wanted to do some things in here after she was asleep. But that you realized within that first week, and me too, that that was not something that should be done. That happened.
Okay.
Don't you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the big deal?
I was just asking.
Why?
But no, I didn't.
Why?
Because she had said that you said that I wanted every night the first week. Well, the first week was every night, or whatever, something like that. And she asked me which one, yes or no. I said, no, it's inaccurate. Because there was so she's lying.
No, I said within the first week. I didn't say every single night. Like,
it's not a big deal.
at least that was not what I intended to communicate at any rate. It was the only thing I intended to communicate was that during the first week, there were some events like that.
Okay. It's not a big deal, it really is.
I feel like I'm living in Nazi Germany.
Where?
Nazi Germany.
No idea where that's at.
Okay, and again, is that the entirety of the portion of that call that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as quadruple I-4.
This is call number 621 from May 31st, 2018 at 12:03. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, Jake and Angela Wagner talk about Beth.
Okay. Okay, and if we can go ahead and play quadruple I-4, please.
Anyway, Beth, she's at the library again.
Yeah.
What is she doing at the library every day for 3 or 4 hours?
Using the internet.
To put in job applications?
Yeah.
What's she doing in the room for 3 or 4 hours or all day long when she tells me she's putting in job applications?
Besides the one job application.
There's that many jobs in Jackson and Oak Hill?
Jackson, Oak Hill, Minford.
She can't do Minford, Jacob. Now, she cannot work in Minford.
Okay, I have a question. So, what is the big deal of her working in Minford or even Portsmouth?
Because Tess's family is always over there.
They have no idea who she is.
I don't care. Did she get a library card to use that internet and stuff up there?
I don't know.
Well, Jacob, I think you do know.
I don't know.
You don't know if your wife got a library card or not.
No.
Okay. First off, she took pieces of paper up there yesterday to prove where she lived at. So that tells me that she got a library card.
Okay.
And we were supposed to not do anything till after the 7th of June. Do you remember that? They know who she is. You know that, right?
Wait a second. You didn't want to do absolutely anything at all to after the 7th of June?
I thought we were waiting. I thought we were holding off and stuff until after then.
Not in Southwestern.
You know what, Jake?
No, Tony was. There is. I said there was Memphis, Jackson.
Why don't you just let her go work in Portsmouth? Just let her go work in Portsmouth. Jake, go ahead.
Ironton, Etna.
No, whatever. You know what? Just let her go. Let her go to work. Doesn't matter to me.
What is the big deal with this?
Well, I thought it was a big deal, Jake. I thought saving our butt and keeping us safe and keeping the kids safe was a big deal. That's what it is. Okay, I thought that was important.
Her getting a job. How is that a big deal? Her getting a job.
Well, I don't know. Quit, Wolverine. Sophie, quit. Go to the kitty room and sit down. Now. I don't know, Jake. I mean, I don't know. You say we can't do this and we can't do that. You hide your truck and everything. Take everything off your truck and sell it so it don't even look like it's a normal truck. Basically give everything away. If it's not such a big deal, what'd you do all that for?
Stop. You are delusional. You need 100%. You need your medicine.
Excuse me, Jacob. You will stop insulting me right now. You've done enough. Hey, you have done enough damage. You've done enough damage. Enough around here. Now, I'm telling you, you'll stop insulting me. You and George are both grown. Do not treat me that way.
I'm not treating you that way, Mom. You know this much that you need your hormonal medication or whatever stuff is, but you are literally off the deep end. Now,
Really, Jake? Really?
But you're making this out to be a big deal, and it's not.
Okay, let me clever.
Yes, I don't want my child to be recognized because if they don't recognize it, everybody knows what it looks like. Especially those who got it.
Hang on a second. Listen to me, Jake. I told you.
I don't want to be recognized, but when I take it over to Granny's house.
Hey, I told you. Oh, yes, listen. You can't take it over to Granny's house. But you can put her to work right where they all work at. And when she tells them that she lives down here, what did you think before? You know what? I don't care, Jake. I'm just done. I can't help you no more. But I'm going to tell you this. I want to tell you thank you, Jake. No, you're going to listen. I want to tell you thank you for what you did to Sophie. You did a really good job, Jake.
What did I do to her?
Oh, let's see. Beth is her mommy. I'm her grandmother. Beth didn't do anything wrong to her ever. It was just Sophie saying that. And everything's going to be fine now. She loves Beth more than me, and she believes Beth over me, and because I'm just her grandmother.
I never told her you was your grandmother.
Thank you so much. Oh, and not only that, because you had to go and tell Sophie that crap. Now she tells it to Bovine. Now Bovine has 50 million questions as to wanting to know how it is that I am Sophie's grandmother. So you've done enough damage.
How do I do damage, Mom? You're not her mother. You are her grandmother. Now, the only thing I've ever told her along that line was when we was in Alaska, she asked me who her grandmothers were.
No, Jake, I'm talking about just the other day.
I told her
Unless you want to call your daughter a liar again, and you probably will, and believe everybody else under the sun.
No, I'm not, Mom.
Just like...
Okay, and again, is that a fair and accurate copy of the portion of that conversation that you prepared for us?
Yes.
And can you tell us on May 30th and May 31st, when these first initial calls are being made, was that prior to the investigators doing any investigative activities?
Yes.
And can you tell us what the significance of June 7th of 2018 was?
There were a number of conversations that referenced June 7th, 2018. It was in reference to what was deemed a 1-year mark of abandonment by Tabitha in reference to Bovine. So there were many references to June 7th specifically in terms of abandonment.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as quadruple I-5, if you could tell us what that is.
This is call 626 on this particular line. It was on May 31st, 2018 at 12:10. It was an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes say Jake and Angela Wagner talk about relationships with the kids and Beth.
Playing now, State's Exhibit Quadruple I-5A.
Are you there? Yes, I'm here. No, look, all right. I told her one time in Alaska that she was a grandmother, Mama was a grandmother, Frankie was a grandmother, and Grandma Geneva was a grandmother, and Gary Poland and Granny Wagner was a grandmother. She never said nothing about it.
No, she said you told her this just the other day. Whenever you had her make Beth go to town with you guys. That's okay, though, because you know what? It has caused so many thingamajiggers going on now. I don't know how I'm going to fix this problem.
Hey, Layla, you told me that I should tell Sophie.
No, I said, Jacob, if you chose not to put Sophie first and not to believe Sophie, and that you had to have that other part of life, then you would just have to tell her that. That would be your only option.
That's
what I told you.
That is not
yes, it is.
Hey, now, you said that if I felt God was telling me that it didn't happen, that's the truth, but it was, I should follow my heart and what God was telling me. Now you're telling me that she told me not to trust, that I either don't trust Sophie or kick my wife to the curb. That's what you're saying you said?
No, Jake. Look, you know what? I don't care what you do with your life. I don't. But from here on out, when it messes with mine or it messes with mine, please
or whatever.
Do not cause problems.
I'm not trying to.
Oh, and another thing, the other thing is, the next time that your wife thinks she's going to cause problems whenever I'm trying to get Sophie and Bullvine to calm down for a little bit, and you call me and I'm like, are you putting the kids to bed? Let me tell you something. When I'm ready to tell you that Sophie's ready to talk to you on the phone and I'm really putting them to bed, I'll call you. Because I've never not done anything like that so you could tell Sophie, unless she just fell asleep and I didn't know it.
What are you
talking about? I don't need some, how'd you know I put them to bed last night, Jake?
Beth told me. Because I told her to.
That's right.
Because I told her to.
Well, let me tell you something.
I said, make sure, I told her, make sure you call her before you go to bed. She said, okay, hung up, okay? And I called Beth. I said, make sure that Sophie calls me before she goes to bed.
Well, guess what? Beth was hiding in her little bedroom closet in their corner wherever she hides all day long and sits all day long. So let me tell you something. I don't like snoopers. I don't like people who do stuff behind my back.
That's not called snooping, Mom. That's called, I asked her to make sure when Sophie started to go to bed, she's going to go to bed, so that she would call me so I could tell her good night.
Don't you think she should have come to me and said, hey, are you putting them to bed?
Okay.
I reckon she shouldn't. So, you know what?
What she said was that you put the kids in the room and you just forget what you put to bed, so I think she put them to bed. She done exactly what I told her to do.
Whatever. But I'm going to tell you what's wrong, Jacob. Because I am sick and tired of you making an excuse for every single thing that person does when you act like you're so blind you cannot see the lies right in front of you.
She's doing exactly what I told her to do.
Of course she is, Jake. And it's a misunderstanding on my part, right? Right?
Okay, Mom, you know what?
Tell me that, Jake. Say it to me.
What?
I dare you to tell me it's a misunderstanding on my part.
On what?
Well, I don't know. That seems to be every time I can prove to you that she's lying, you always scream it. It's a misunderstanding, or I didn't know, or I'm from Texas.
Mom, I love it. No, you have not proved she is lying. And everything you said she was lying about, I proved you that it was a misunderstanding. Not by saying, oh, this is a lot of things, I didn't work into her mouth. No, I asked her exactly what you said about that deer antler, and she told me exactly what you said and what you did. And you said, you know what? You said
no, Jacob, no.
Way. That's exactly what
I did not say put it away. No. I said put it up.
Right there. You stood right there, and you said it.
Jacob, I didn't say put away. I said put it up over there for her, upside down.
Or something like that.
Something like that. There's a big difference, Jake. Whenever I tell her to put it over to the side, or where Sophie can see it like Bullwine's upside down, and she puts it up in the top of the closet where Sophie can't even get it. There's a big difference in that.
Yeah, but that is a misunderstanding. She thought you said you put it up so they could get hurt on it.
How many misunderstandings is there going to be, Jacob?
There could be a few, Mom, because she and I don't even have the same language, language barrier.
Like she clearly just got so mad at me for no reason at all. She wanted to get me a life sentence, right? That's a misunderstanding, too.
Oh, my gosh, Mom. I love you to death, Mom.
I told you, Jake, I would not trust her. I told you that.
You are on, okay, Mom, you need your medicine. You'll be a little more mellower. And
what medicine, Jake? What medicine do I need?
Your hormone medicine.
My hormone medicine, that's not due yet, Jacob.
Well, which one is like $500, Mom?
That's my fibromyalgia medicine, Jake, that I barely ever take.
Well, I don't know what is wrong with you, Mom. I really don't. But there is something wrong with you.
Under the kitchen sink, Toby. What is wrong with me, Jake, is I'm just telling you how it is. I'm telling you what's going on, and you're not. You're like Sophie. You've got my bones, Sophie, who I have been there through thick and thin, through hell and back for. Looks at me and tells me she believes Beth over me.
Mom, she's 4 years old. She has no idea
what's going on. She's 4 years old. She's repeating what you told her.
I never told her that.
Yes, you did, Jacob.
No, I didn't.
Well, you know what? Unlike you, I believe Sophie, and I'll never put anyone else in front of her.
Mom, you are.
So you know what? Because you know what? I know you did, Jake. I know you did.
No, you don't, because I didn't say that.
Well, then let me ask you this, Jacob. You remember that one day you said not to bring that up? This is the last thing I'm ever going to tell you. Remember that one time when you told me it was horrible? I thought about it day and day. How it was so horrible to have somebody constantly rag you and say bad things about you and insult you. And you said Hannah done that to you. And I thought about that all the time. How could she, you went through that and I didn't know it. And I felt so bad because you're my son. Well, you know what your wife does? She insults you constantly when you're not around. All she ever does is say bad stuff about you. So you tell me how your life is so different.
Okay, let me ask you, Mom. She says, on La La Land and don't pay attention. That's not bad. That's the truth.
Oh, and that you're naive and you're dumb and you're stupid?
Okay, I haven't heard her ever tell me that I was dumb or not.
I tried, Jacob. And you know what? You would, I'm sorry. And you don't know how to be a father to Sophie, or George doesn't know how to be a father to Bullvine. Should I go on or wait? I'm sorry, you don't believe a thing I say anymore. So you know what, Jake? I can't help anymore. And now you got Sophie, to where Sophie don't listen to anything I say. So I can't even help her when something really happens to her, and you don't listen. So she has no one.
Mom, I love you. I really do. You have a mental breakdown. I'm serious. You have a mental breakdown because we've been here that I'm going to move out and...
Excuse me?
Mom, I love you.
Hey, Dick, let me tell you something. You want to move out? That's fine. And you take Sophie. I can't stop you. But I'm going to tell you something. If you take her and move her in with Beth, I'll never get an ounce of rest. Because I know Sophie will be in danger.
She's not in danger.
Yes, she is.
You can't say, I know she's in danger, Mom. You're paranoid.
No, Jake, I know she is.
No, you do not know she is.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. Knowing something is stone cold proof, Mom. Okay, like saying, okay, I stop.
Jacob, when you convince a 4-year-old that it was their fault that you sat on them and was jerking their hair with a hairbrush, and you convince a 4-year-old that, you are an evil person.
You know what? I'll talk to Sophie again when I get home. I verified the thing, but no, I did not tell her that.
Okay, well, you know what, Jacob? I'm never saying another word. Whatever she feels, whatever she believes, I'm never saying another word because she's just getting more upset. And I'm not doing it to her. So you don't do it on my account. But if you love her, you need to think about things and stop thinking about yourself. And stop thinking about myself. Stop thinking, Jacob, stop thinking that everything's okay because somebody tells you something. It's not okay just because someone tells you something. People are not trustworthy. You should know that.
Oh, that's nice, Mom. But okay, this is your problem, Mom. This is your problem. If it's not one of the four of us, then it's not trustworthy. There are trustworthy.
Not when they do inconceivable things, Jacob. Not when somebody does inconceivable things like that has been done up front, immediately. No.
Mom, I love you. You know what? She thought, and I don't really know exactly what she thought. I'm assuming she thought that was a way of getting her to stop doing that. And you know what? It was wrong. She ain't going to do it again. It's really plain and simple.
Yeah, she ain't never going to do it again.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Jacob. Can I tell you something about people? When you put Sophie with her and I'm not around, and there's no one around to see it, she's already gotten away with getting Sophie to believe that the first time was her fault. And the way Beth was raised and the mental issues she has with her family, it'll happen again, and it'll happen again. No. And you'll never know until it's too late, because Sophie won't tell you, because she'll be afraid that she'll be convinced it's her fault, and she'll be scared to death that Daddy will be upset with her, and she'll run something Daddy wanted to make Daddy happy.
You know what?
And you'll never know,
Mom,
Jake.
stop it right now. If Sophie can hear you, that's what she's getting that crap from you.
No, Sophie cannot hear me. And she's not getting it from me, and you're not blaming this one on me, Jacob. This one is all on you.
I'm not blaming anybody, Mom, but you're overreacting. She is 4 years old. It's but tell you what, she tells me she hates me, doesn't love me anymore, and she loves Uncle Joey. And then a couple hours later, it's like she loves me. So if she tells you she loves Beth more than you right now, it's not a big deal. It'll be the opposite whenever the next couple hours. Quit having a breakdown over it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, Jacob. That's fine. That's fine. Look, whatever. I gotta go.
You know what you need? You need to go back to church. That's what you need.
Jacob, I have faith. Okay? You and George need to get your life together, and you need to realize what's important. Because you're straying off the path.
What?
That's what you're doing.
No, straying off the path of what you think? That it?
This has got nothing to do with me, Jacob.
Well, Mom, I love you. I'm doing what I think is right.
Okay, Jacob, let me ask you something. Do you think it's right to put Wolfine in the middle of something, huh? Or to ruin his life? I don't think that's right. Let me tell you something, Jake. I don't trust her around Wolfine. Why do you think I don't want him in that bedroom back there? I will never leave him alone with her, ever.
Well, Mom, I love you. I love you, okay? I don't know what to tell you on that one. I don't know what to tell you on that one.
Let me tell you something, Jacob. You don't think it's odd that she said, when she was telling me about what they did to her, that up until a while back, when she said, what was it, I forget how long she said it was, she didn't even realize it was wrong what her and her brothers was doing? Jacob.
What?
Did you not hear what I said?
I didn't hear you. But
you don't think there was anything wrong with that?
Okay, first off, Mom, they're inaccurate on your side. Until she was 13, she didn't know. And then, until she was 21, she thought her family loved her, and she realized they didn't.
Okay, let me tell you something, Jacob. And take it down to the sheriff's office, since it doesn't matter who knows where we are. Take to the sheriff's office and let her turn those people in. Let her file charges. I told her to do it. I asked her how come she didn't do it if it was so wrong and she couldn't stand them and stuff. And you know what she told me? She didn't have money for an attorney. Well, you know what? People who are sexually abused by family members and stuff don't need money, Jake. All they got to do is walk down and turn them in.
That is true. And I've talked to him about it several times. And
Then what's the excuse?
well, there's two reasons. One, she'll have to go to the courtroom and testify and have to bring it all back up and all the whole situation's all back up.
Well, if you want to get on with her life, she needs to do it.
She's already got on for life. And two, she's afraid of her older brother.
Why?
Because you know the thing about it, Mom, I know it's up. Yeah, she can take him to court, probably not. But if she can't prove it, then it gets thrown out.
Okay, Jacob, let me tell you
And that's
something,
what she's
okay?
afraid of, is if she can't prove it.
Let me tell you something, okay? If she doesn't do anything, she's accepting it. Just like Tabby and them.
No, Mom, that is not. That is.
Oh my God! You know what? You know what? Forget it, because it doesn't matter what I say to you. You are never mind.
No, you don't understand something, okay? Tabby embraced it and just went with it and then continued her life in the same way. Never got out of the boat, brainwashed. Okay, there's a difference in not doing something about it because you think it's right, and not doing something about it because you decide to move on. And it's a possibility that if they don't get convicted, then she's afraid of what might happen afterwards. There's a big difference in that.
Look, I don't know what to tell you, and I just don't want to deal with it, okay? I don't. It's all right. Just let it go.
And then there's a possibility, okay? Let's say, because her older brother is psycho anyway, let's say that he doesn't get convicted, guys. Not only would that put her in danger, that puts me and Sophie in danger, because she lives with us.
Oh, what do you care? You already put us in danger, all of us.
Oh, how did I put you in danger, Mom? How did I put you in danger? Please tell me, how did I do that?
Well, Jake, you done brought this in on us. Now we got to deal with it.
You have to deal with nothing.
Oh, I don't got to deal with nothing. Okay. Okay. That's all right. Look, just let it go, Jake. Forget it. It's all right. I'll take care of myself.
All right.
Just forget it. Seriously, don't worry about it, Jake. Okay? I'll never ask you. I'll never say another thing. I'll never ask you nothing else. Okay?
Well, whatever, Mom. I don't know what
I won't.
No, well, it's public. You just can't understand that it's possible that someone might think differently than you do. Okay?
No, Jake.
No, it is, because it's just the exact same way that these guys think that I must be lying if I think differently than a normal person.
No, Jacob. It's the fact of everything that you are the one who told me. You, Jake, you made 90% of our plans, okay? 90% of them. The things about Sophie and about Bullvine, you guys made those. I followed your decisions, Jake. Don't let on like I'm the bad guy. I did what you guys said. Hey, I've let you guys have the run of stuff for quite some time.
And I've
not said anything. Then you should have made some money, Jake.
I was making money.
Really? What were you going to do, Jake? What were you going to do? Oh, yeah, you would never see Sophie, Jake, and Sophie was miserable there. So was Bullvine.
Well.
You know what? You don't care what I think or anything. Why don't you just go back?
I ain't got the money to go back. Nor do I have the resources.
You can come up with some money. You can have your job back. I'm sure they'll give you your job back right away.
Yes, they would. They absolutely would. Yeah, no, you're right. One, I ain't got to get there. And two, I don't know, maybe you didn't realize it or not, but whenever George Fred takes Bullvine, somebody busted down balling. I'm not going to do that to her.
Wait, you're going to take her away? You're going to take her away and stick her in a house?
Well, I'm going to take her a couple 100 yards away. Wow.
You know, I don't know who you're going to have teach her. Who are you going to have teach her and stuff, Jake, whenever I'm not there to do it?
What are you talking about?
Please, God, don't tell me you're going to have Mrs. Philosopher who don't know crap teacher.
Okay, Mom, stop insulting. Look at my insult. You insult her every day. You can't quit insulting her.
Just forget it,
Hey,
Jake.
no, it's good. Sure, Granny gets that calendar and whether she's actually know if she is or not. So I can come and know if I'm going to buy it or she's going to buy it. And you're going to teach her. Then on the weekends, I'll help her.
What? Let's go. Look, I'm going to go. Don't worry about it. Just forget it. Forget I said anything. I swore I wasn't going to say nothing to you.
Just because she goes to the library so she can get good internet, so she can apply for jobs, so her phone doesn't crash because the internet's so slow. And the website thingy isn't formatted for her phone, so she can use the computer instead. And I'm telling her to go to this place, this place, this place, this place to go for jobs. You think it's the end of the world?
I don't think it's the end of the world, Jacob.
Nobody
I never
knows
said
what
that.
none of the people in Ohio, except for those other people on topic, don't even know what she looks like.
Hey, I know. All I said, okay, Jacob. All I said was, look, I gotta go. I just forget it. Okay, just I don't care. I don't care anymore. But I don't want to hear no more about. I don't want to hear no more of everybody else has to hide or not do something.
I think you need to hide from Patty until June 7th. Yes, I do.
Well, whatever. Whatever. Look, I gotta go. Okay, I gotta go. Just forget it, Jake. I'll just go take some meds.
What?
Nothing, Jake. I gotta go.
Hold on, I'm coming.
I said I gotta go.
That's not what you said.
Look, I gotta go, Jake. Okay, it's fine. I just gotta go.
Whatever, bye.
Okay, and so that conversation, was that actually the full conversation that they had during that call?
Yes.
And was that a continuation of the call that we had just heard previously that I believe got cut off?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this was during the time before BCI renewed its investigative activities.
Yes.
Okay, showing you now what's been marked as quadruple I-6.
This is call number 44 from this particular line. This is a recording from a device from the truck marked TSC. It was a device found in the sleeper compartment of the truck. The date and time for the call was May 31st, 2018 at 12:15. And the context notes read, George and Jake Wagner talk about Beth and the kids.
And just again as reference, did you find that some of the devices in the truck were better at recording than others or capturing conversations, I should say?
Yeah, it was also dependent on who was talking. Sometimes the front passenger, if they were both awake and talking, captured the best conversation. We had oftentimes more than one monitor on the truck, so you could sometimes attempt to get better audio on one and have two different sessions of the same audio, just trying to get the better conversation.
Okay, better quality recording?
Yes.
Okay.
But there certainly is road noise that was found in the recordings. They're driving down the road most times, so there will be some road noise or the doors opening, closing, things like that.
Okay, if we could go ahead and play quadruple I-6A, please.
One officer said that she touched her inappropriately, and you believe best of her is your fact. As a fact, what kind of lockdown type of shit would do that to their own child and believe somebody else? Wait a minute, you believe that? Nobody said that she lied. Just the sole purpose she thought you were going to leave, because you were already gone after you had that talk with her, and she thought you were leaving, so she gets yourself back, she's like a lie again. You ever think about that? Well, I'll tell you, they're on now. Now, what's happening? I didn't tell God I was lying. I told God that I want to just come to you. God don't do everything he asks for, man. That's true. That is so true. It is 100% true. Never said 100% flat. It is true. Look, man. Matthew 21:21. Jesus answered and said to him, Jesus, and have faith. No doubt he shall not only do what you've done to the victory, also he shall say to the mountain, be thou removed, thou be cast into the sea, it shall be done. And all things whatsoever he shall ask in prayer and believe, it shall receive. That don't work that way anymore. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's not. Have faith in him, godly faith, and it will happen. Little women, why is Grandpa dead? Grandpa who? Huh? Why was my grandparents died when I asked specifically to let them make you find out back to speeding one more time? Tell me why, Dick, if you'll do it every freaking time, he'll do everything you ask for. Okay, so tell me why. I'll tell you why. It's your fault. It ain't my fault, Jenny. It's it. It's your fault. It's her taking her fault. Are you walking? Are you trying to do exactly what God wants? Or are you good at that? It fucking don't work anymore. It does. It does not. If someone, your daughter probably just be molested, you believe a freaking whore over her. What? You would not insult my wife. I will insult your wife. No, you won't. Until she proves trustworthy. Until she proves distrustworthy. She does prove distrustworthy. She's also got her capitalized. No, you have not. We have done. Have not. Have not. You're just too fucking blind to death by your freaking demon she's working on you. No, Georgia has not. You two. You and Mom ought to be. You swore up and down. You never let a woman come between you and son. They shall not. They've just been letting her push her way in between. Wrong. Yo, 2 weeks to help me on the way home. Okay? Specifically. You've been putting 4 times more effort in the freaking fence and putting Frankie on the back burner. No, I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. No, I'm not. We get out and walk around the corner of the freaking house and try to get these arms. That untaxed said to give you a hug first. You didn't even hug us first. You hugged her first. That's being gone for a week. Yeah? She got there first. Okay? You should say, no, man. That's my daughter. I'm hugging my daughter first. I haven't seen her in a week. That's good. That's what you said the other time. You come up from work and be gone for only 8 hours, and you ignore me, you ignore Mom, you ignore Dad, and you're so-so. You were straight to the night, and you spent 2 to 3 hours to help me alive. Don't tell me you ain't been putting her on the back burner. I'm not putting her on the back burner. Don't make it hurt her when you run to get back to hug first. And that's deliberately. Look to you, look to something that's praying for you. Deliberately to cut us off. And I have more than just be involved with this in that one. Mom, how you? Mom, destroying her relationship. There's difference mine and yours. I don't trust mine. I know better. I'll read the Bible. All right. Okay. Now we'll look at mine. I have things happen. Your next one don't told you. Yeah, we use the way you misunderstand. We can misunderstand. Even misinterpretation. Switch that book around in your head. Wrong. Devil can't do that, George. He can get you. He has a lot more power on this earth You give him credit. That was not on. He does not know what I'm going to do. He does know what you're doing. Doesn't? I don't know. He has no idea what I'm going to say that. The issue, he is not all knowing. He's not all places. He's one thing, all he is, he's a deceiver. You can't create. Okay, Dad. Can, right? Can't do any of this stuff he's playing. He cannot create. He cannot be all places. He does not know everything. Okay, Dad. God don't see he's all knowing, right? That's true. Why didn't he cast you to hell before he took any more places? He knew he was going to do it. Or his plan, George. This is why God knows exactly what he's doing. He's playing. And you are not questioning. It's one ass number of August 15th, 5 years. You ask what happened to Grandpa? Nobody? Right there. You're just saying, you don't have the faith. Lord is going to keep you walking around the same planet every day. The dog has the exact same way in. Every freaking time. We're probably on try 200. And you're tired. Say something, don't you? If you still want free will, they're going to get you. I don't care who you are. I love you. You ain't going to fix your prayers answered. Acting like that. Ready? I've got my prayers answered my entire life. When I tried to walk straight down, or tried for the wrong reason. I was playing today visible. Okay? I'm talking about long before that long day before. I demonstrated dinner. I didn't say any bad words. I didn't do anything wrong. I said all my prayers and I was supposed to say. Now, what prayer did I get in? Not one. What was your prayer, George? Great selfish prayers? Was it all about you? Was it all about you? Yes, it was. Prayer got in. Pray something. Heavy prayer gets in. Yes, no, or wait. Told you what happened. If she didn't lie and say it didn't happen, you wouldn't come back. She told you leave. And right after she tells you leave for the road. After she lied, you could come back. I love you. And I only took 50%. First I took 50%. I got 80%. You used to be in 100. Until you married her and started putting all your trust in her and bringing her into the family and the business. After such a short period of time, it makes you never like you don't have the power. Now, you got 10%. I'm not buddy. You know what? And I do trust you 100%. And that's my best life in society. You want to get? I do trust them 100%. 100%. Now, no. Do I grab something like this? If these guys pulled her off the street and arrested her, showed all the evidence they showed us, sometimes that this, and that, I feel that she would say, oh, it must be true. Nope. I feel that she would tell them that's not true. Once they arrested her, Jake took her to the emergency room and handcuffed her. And said she's going to spend her life in an electric chair. Again, I feel that she would, tell them that it's not true. I know. They said she just admitted to it. She went to the electric chair. She's a great stud. I believe she would say, take you down. Yeah, sure. I don't believe that one. Now, okay, so say if we all went to the election, or this guy elected guy, would I want her to have something while I was in jail? No.
was able to be able to do the right thing with Sophie while I was in jail on her own. Not because I don't take the trust her, because she don't have the know-how. And she hasn't been a me long enough to know exactly how I would want it done, so that she sometimes know how to do it. So to an extent, I trust her. But to a certain extent, she hasn't got there yet. That's what I can describe that to. I guess you could call that 50-50. It's more plain, blunt English. Along lines, it's more like 100-100 knowledge. In some aspects, it's 100. In some aspects, it's not. I always worry about something. Right? Right from the parable explainer, you guys do all this don't understand. And I basically understand the word coming out of my mouth. Okay, not understand. I work out there. I work out there. But you understand what's behind the life. You want someone to be there with you. Understand that I don't want to be alone in life. Don't you come out of me. I won't be alone in a hurt. I will never put Josie to a fine or a son. When I come home after a week, mine and son get out before Josie here. Then mine and son will because do something. Don't do something with them before I do something with Josie. What did I say now? Hey, I call first. Mine and son tell me something that Josie did. If she said it's a lie, I don't care. Mine and son's right.
And is that the complete audio that you prepared for that portion of that conversation?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we have a break, please?
Say it again. What was it? Break? Yeah. You can do that. Does council want to approach just a minute? Let me try to get some idea of our schedule. Probably makes sense to combine this with our lunch break. So I'm going to instruct the jurors to be back to the jury room at 1 o'clock. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do no research at all concerning the case as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything else you wish to put on the record before we recess until 1? All right, we are then in recess until 1. Jurors to assemble at the jury room at that time. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury vote up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And we could have Ms. Everslade, is that the name?
Yes.
In the witness chair and
Yeah, if you
appoint.
wanna- I can get her.
The state may continue direct examination of the witness.
Thank you. Okay. We already played that one, right?
That's six. That's six.
Yep, okay. So showing you it's been marked as State's Exhibit quadruple I-7.
This is call number 150 from this particular line, and the date of the call was June 1st, 2018 at 11:40. It's a recording from the device named TSA, which was a device in the front passenger portion of the R&L truck. The context notes read, George Wagner talks about Sophia Wagner.
Do not have to. If we could please play quadruple I 7A.
Best mommy. No, it isn't. Before his ever got married. But no, I get home, you know what I get to do? I get to explain cold, hard, sticky truth to him. So thank you. I'm going to tell you something. Don't be keep her nose out of somebody else's life. Don't you support your daughter? No, Jake. She does anything deliberately to try to crush you. Deliberately for your daughter. Just like right up on Applejack, Big Mac, and excuse me, my grade. She would have known she had a grade. She'll have a grade. Yeah. I agree. She got it. Boy, got good. She took a left in the other one. Why, look, they know they're over and trying to use to understand. No, you can't. You don't care about him. All you care about is Sophie. That's gonna ruin everything. I think the true story. Sophie's lying, like always. Listen, heck, you say she's lying about everything. Maybe I start saying she's lying about everything. Oh, what you're telling me. But he was not ready to hear the truth, Jake. There's absolutely no I have to tell you. Oh, well, guess what? That's life in this together. Okay, I'll watch her do something to hurt his feelings, and I'll tell her not to do it. And she'll go behind my back and she'll know what's not pushing. And she'll deliberately try and do it. She's the biggest jealous little girl I've ever seen over him. Anything she can to hurt him, she does. Where she gets jealous. She has no reason to, Jake. She has no reason to, Joyce. Yeah, I do, Jake. Because every time I try to get away with something, I couldn't do it. And they let you get away with it. Or, another accident, every time I try to do something, you crap me out. I swear I'll go up to DCI. You're telling me that he's the one that did it? He's the biggest rat there is. He ran out anybody.
And again, is that the complete portion that you prepared for us today
Yes.
of that conversation? I'm going to show you what's been marked as quadruple I-8.
This is from call number 1436 for this line, and the date and time is June 2nd, 2018 at 11:58. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner's phone to Angela Wagner, and in this particular call, George Wagner is using Jake Wagner's phone. The context notes read, George and Angela Wagner talk about relationships with the kids and Beth.
Can we please play quadruple I-8A?
home.
Okay, well, as soon as you get home, we gotta have a family meeting.
About what?
About all of that.
Mom, they ain't gonna do crap.
Yes,
They're running
George.
around. What?
Yes, George.
They're not, Mom.
Hey, George, I love you.
They're running around doing their scare tactics again, and they're going to everyone they know that still happens to work for Granny.
Okay, George, you know what? Listen to me, sweetheart. Listen to me.
Mom, all they're trying to do is just get the break for it, because that's all they need. They can't do anything if we don't.
George, listen to me for once, okay? We're going to do a what if. Okay?
What?
We're going to do a what if, no questions now. When you get home, you get rested. I want to talk to you.
Mom. I'm telling you, nobody wants to listen to me. If you don't combat these motherfuckers before they get their honey horse up in the air and release the press statement on everything they have done to us and what they did to them kids up there, how they threatened Jake to make Frankie watch his skin boil off while he sat in the freaking electric chair up there, and everything they did illegal in Montana, don't make it public. If you do not do this before they do something to us, you're going to spoil these crew.
Well, George, honey, I'm trying my best to
Because
get
if you don't do it first, and you don't attack them first, when they attack you, then they're going to scream, you're just doing this crap, making crap up, trying to get out of what they're trying to get you for. If you attack them first, it makes them look like the bad guys trying to get themselves out of the pickle they put themselves in.
Yeah, George, honey, I'm full aware of it. Hold on. Let me get in there right now. I'm full
Now, I'm
aware
sorry,
of that.
John is going to answer his phone on Monday morning. I'm going to knock down his freaking front door office, and he's going to answer to me.
He told me he wasn't even there. He told me he was out of the county.
I don't care. I will find that motherfucker. I gave you $10,000. I want to reply.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Anyway, look, I'll let you know just as soon as I hear something, okay?
I'm sorry. This is how this works. No more of his hiding, cowering, chicken bull crap. He's going to come back and go on the freaking offensive.
Well, yeah, I
No
kind of
more.
thought so
If you
too.
don't fight back, you will not stand a chance.
Okay, well, look,
No more quivering, no more breaking and cruckling. I've had enough.
Well,
If
George,
you don't
look,
want to do it, I'll go do it. I'll march through Pike County's freaking street screaming at the rooftop. I don't
whatever.
give a crap.
George, I can't deal with no more of you and your the caffeine, okay? I can't. I just...
Me, Mom. I've had it. I'm not doing it
Okay.
anymore. They're not going to do that scare tactics on me. I'm going to wreck their freaking world.
Okay.
With
All
or
right,
without
well,
y'all's help. They want something, Sophie. If you don't get a hold of him by Monday, I'm finding a different attorney. And I'm going to tell him to go on the mother friggin' offensive and attack the mother friggers.
that's awesome because we don't have no money.
Yeah.
Not like we did before.
Yeah,
All right, well,
I've got
anyway.
to get a retainer.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, hey, listen, like I said, did you get any money out of that Ford Explorer that Chris sold?
Yeah, why?
How much?
I got a couple $100, why?
Well, I just wondered because, they went shopping again and bought a whole bunch of stuff for Colton.
It's gone.
Oh, I know he was supposed to have bought that semi.
Yeah. I got to cut it up when I get home.
Well, okay, that's fine.
I got to set it up, and I got to load the cab and the bump and the frame on the trailer at the scrapyard. I got to take both rear ends, the front steer axle, the engine, and transmission drive shaft so that Jackie and fell in.
Okay, well, that's fine, but you got to make room for Bullvine, okay? You do something with him.
With me.
Other than that, George,
Alright.
you can't do that. It's hot, it's nasty. You can't make him spend every single time you're home doing a freaking junk with Chris who smokes all the time.
Okay, Mom. I'll find something I can do with me. I understand the rear end, so I get $3,000 of it, and the junk bump stand on profit what I've got in it. The $3,000 will get you 100% profit.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'm just telling you that, just saying you better hope so, because they also went shopping yesterday with Mom to the store, and they brought back a truckload of stuff.
I know. I know what he owes me. I've got it wrote down, and so does he.
Okay.
And again, is that the complete conversation, or part of that conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
what's been marked as quadruple I-9.
This is call number 1586 from this particular line. It occurred at June 2nd, 2018 at 12:50. It's an outgoing call from George Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, George and Angela Wagner talk about law enforcement.
Okay, and can we please play quadruple I-9A?
Trying to do this one kid at mom. It's scare tactic. That's what they're doing. And they think they're going to quiver and cower and hide like dogs and take it like a freaking little sissy.
Okay, well, mate, you think that, listen to me, stop. Do you think that smiley guy that's on topics that posted that stuff, you think that that's one of them? Another scare tactic?
It could be, but I'm telling you, the last thing they are going to expect us to do is retaliate and blow up to the freaking news and all over the worldwide news. Everything that they did illegal to us and bring up the fact to the whole world. I know right now, the whole world doesn't know they're getting ready to be indicted and be freaking investigated themselves for being crooked and paid off and bought off in the drug ring.
Okay, you know the whole world, the whole world knows that there's a bunch of dirty moves here. Yes, they know that, George. But
you blow it up to freaking Fox News, that Breeder and DeWine and Ryan and all of them are all involved in it. And their names are at the top of the list for the dirty ones. And then you blow up everything they did illegal to us at the border, and what they threatened to like Sophie Watch, and what they did to drugging the children and everything, and you blow all that up and let them see the world, let the whole world see what they did and how they really are. It will be a devastating blow to them. They won't recover from it.
I think we need to talk to that Angela Clemente because she's in with the people in Washington. That's my opinion.
Do that. Tell John to do that. But I'm telling you, if you get the higher up, if you get the main people in Washington, the FBI, and everybody on your side, as long as all the world on your side, against them motherfuckers, they will crumble and they will break. You take the head off the snake, the body dies. You have to take the head off the snake.
Yeah, I know that, George. I know that. I know. Okay, I still want to.
I love you. The only reason, and I'm sorry you're going to hate when I say this, everything that you and Dad have ever gotten in trouble for with them motherfuckers, the only reason they ever got away with the crap is because every time somebody caved, everybody crumpled. I ain't caving, I ain't crumpling. It ain't happening. This time I'm going on the offensive, and I'm going to literally cripple them motherfuckers where they won't recover. They will be George, there's a single badged officer left in Southern Ohio when I'm done.
George, stop, George. That crookedness does not just stop with here, okay? You don't work that way.
I know that. They're not going to cripple them.
Well, I don't know, George. Anyway, look, I got to chase poor my Sophie down.
Okay, showing you what's been marked as quadruple I-10.
This is what's marked as call number 2085. It's actually an MMS message, not a call, but it occurred at June 3rd, 2018 at 23:04. So it's an outgoing message from George Wagner to Angela Wagner, and it had 4 image attachments. The context notes read photos of Beth's journal.
Okay. And I guess, no, we don't have that. indicated that was an outgoing text from George's phone to Angela's?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm handing the jurors black and white copies. Do you know if the pictures were in black and white or if they were in color?
They were in color.
Okay. Okay. And was that the extent of this? This was just a text message of these documents being sent from George to Angela?
Yes, there wasn't any audio with it.
Okay. No, I was just giving them time to look at it, but we can collect them now. Yeah, I was talking to you. Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I-11.
This is call number 2851 from this particular line. It occurred on June 6, 2018 at 11:44 a.m. It's an outgoing call from George Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, George and Angela Wagner talk about Tabitha Clater.
Okay. Could we please play quadruple I-12A?
And Brenda got into one of those. She said she don't see nothing that looks very important. If you want to skim through it, you can see her.
Uh-huh.
The other one they haven't approved yet.
Okay. Okay, well, we're putting swing set together.
Sometimes you take a skim through that and see if there's anything you need.
Do what?
Am I allowed, in a couple of days, to say what I was going to say?
You got to make sure it's the date makes a year.
Like I'm saying, after that, am I allowed to say it, or am I not allowed to kick anyone off? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know, George, honey.
Well, I asked him if I was allowed to do that.
And I told you what he said. And I couldn't tell, look, it just, he didn't really say a whole lot. He just, all he said was this, okay? She's not paid anything, no support, no nothing, not gave a dime for him since she left. Who
Yeah,
has?
it's 4 years. It's going on 4 years.
Okay, right. And for the last year, she has not contacted him personally. And he wanted to know the last time that she seen him in person. And I told him, and I said, she said hi, I think, I can't remember.
That was it. She just said hi. What
And
you
I
doing?
said, she said bye. And I said, I told her where we met, and I said, the rest of the time she sat there and had a talk with George. That's all she did. She didn't play with him, nothing. He said, did she bring a picture for him to have? You know, here's a picture of, you know,
No,
mommy
she's never
and
done
all
that.
of that stuff for when you're gone or anything. And I said, no.
She's never done
He said,
that.
I know, and that's what I told him. And he said, well, he said,
She's never
did
FaceTimed
she?
or asked to FaceTime or called or asked to call. The other time
Right.
I offered the cashier to pay for plane tickets, I told her I think she wanted to come once a month to pay for her hotel, food expenses, rental car, and everything. For her and her little girl, and she wouldn't do it.
And I told him that, and I also told him that she has, you know, the one little girl, one's either already born or one's ready to be born. And here's what he said. She can contest anything that, if she wants to, anything you do as far as like custody or something like that, she can contest it in court. But when the judge sees what she has not done, and he's not going to give her she's not going to gain any more rights than what she has.
And if she's lucky, she'll, more likely she'll lose
No,
the
then,
flesh,
also,
right?
if we tear it up. What she can, the only thing that she can say, George, is you can, now look, I wouldn't just tell her to go F herself. I would tell her, hey, look, you've not put in effort. You've not sent this, this, and this. You've not done this. I offered to pay. You didn't agree because of your husband. So from here on out, if I want to send you something, I'll send you something.
No, this is what I'm going to tell her up front. From here on out, that's fine. You want to send me messages and ask how he's doing, I'll tell you how he's doing, but that's it. You've done that stuff, it's your fault. I've tried and tried, and you've done nothing but hurt him since he was born, and I ain't doing it no more. You're not being part of his life until he's older. If he wants to meet you, he can. If he don't, that's his decision.
No, she's going to get a butt bust is what she's going to get. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yes, sir?
I thought I heard you say install day.
Yes?
It's 11.
$28.51 was 11.
Right. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I flipped the page after I said that. So that was 11A. Quadruple I 11A was that audio, which reflects call number 2851.
Yeah.
Or quadruple I 12.
This is call number 229 from this particular line. It occurred on June 8th, 2018 at 19:15. It's a recording from the device named TSB that was found in the sleeper compartment of the truck. The context notes read, George and Jake Wagner talk about Special Agent Schreiber.
Okay, if we could please play quadruple I 12A.
Yes, Ryan, I know you're listening to this.
Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I 13. If you could tell us what this is, please.
This is call number 3739 from this particular line. It occurred on June 9th, 2018 at 21:16. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Angela Wagner. And it says George Wagner can be overheard in the background. The context notes read, George, Jake, and Angela Wagner talk about Beth and getting arrested / going to jail.
And can we please play quadruple I 13A?
I hope you're right. That's what I can tell you. I hope you're right. We got to figure out something, because I'm just going to tell you something. We're running on borrowed time. I have that feeling that we are absolutely, running on borrowed time. That man is on a vengeance for us. I don't know why, but he is massively on a vengeance for us, and I've got to make sure everything is okay, and that we can't have anybody that is trying to ruin us. We just can't.
There's one thing.
Okay, tell me something.
We'll make sure that she will make sure that thing right there is fine and dandy, and that's not an option. If I go go, what she might do.
What?
Then tell John that I was up there. Me and her will walk in John's office. He can witness, and then she can tell put it on paper or whatnot. That if I go to jail, that security is still there, and that she's not going to try and do this and this. That's no her intention whatsoever. And John's a witness.
Well, that's a possibility, Jake. But Rosenberger, when he told me about, that's basically a prenup is what that is. And Rosenberger, when Dorf was getting married, Rosenberger told me those really don't hold up unless you're in California or somewhere and you've got an attorney that you're paying a couple $100,000 to. Now, the other thing you could do I'll tell you something you can do. And John mentioned this. We can hire a private investigator. Private investigator can find out everything in a short period of time and tell us every single thing, everything about her.
And exactly how much is that cost?
I don't know, but I have a phone number. I can make a phone call Monday morning and tell you. I mean, no offense, Jacob, but as quick as you jumped into that and stuff, it probably wouldn't hurt you to know some background.
You know what? You go ahead and do whatever you
I don't want to make you mad, Jake. That's the thing I don't want to do. I mean, we're already got the world mad at us. I don't want you mad at me. I want you safe.
You go ahead
you
and do it.
understand?
Yeah, I understand, Mark. Here's the window, okay? That works. You can do whatever floats your boat, okay? You know what? I did ask God that whatever you needed, you can have. Whatever you needed, have Him show it. Me, I got everything I need. I have my faith in God. You do what you want. You will not make me mad. You are you.
I have faith in God, okay? I do. I know God is keeping us safe. I don't have faith in humankind because their free will, you know, gets them. I mean, you said so yourself, Jacob, that night that she come up with quick answers so fast that after what we've been through, it just blurts out, I'm lying because the answers are too quick and too perfect.
No.
You said that yourself.
Not too perfect. No, just too quick. But I do the same thing. And BCI
No,
that.
you don't.
No, yes, I do. I do that all the time. And not just BCI, I done with everybody. No, I'm not lying. Even before BCI, I wasn't lying. I'm just saying, when I was done with BCI, they said it looked like I was lying. So apparently doing that looks like lying.
Okay. Have you ever caught her in a lie, Jacob, except for that one you said you caught her in the wedding night or whatever that thing was? Have you ever caught her in any more?
No.
Not a single one?
No.
No. So when you asked her about that paperwork that night that she wrote that on, did she instantly tell you she did it?
She said, I told her that, have you ever written anything down about BCI or how do I say it, BCI or something like that? And she said no. She's never written anything at all about you giving information or something to BCI. And she said, no, I've never written anything about BCI of any of the sort. I said, okay, so you're saying that you did not write a letter or write down something and said that she was going to turn Mom into doing something that she didn't do, something like that. And she said, I never wrote down anything about BCI. I acted down something when I was angry, but it wasn't about BCI. It was just changing, or not changing, it was, how should you say that? I forget the word she used, something around about angriness or something of the kind. I said, okay, so did you write a letter that wrote, or that said something that you was angry with Mom and that you was going to say something and get her put in jail or prison for rest of her life? And she said, no, I did not write nothing like that. I did write something that it would be horrible that I could. And I told her the severity of such a thing.
Okay. There's no... Okay. All right, well, anyway.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Which I read it. It's almost over. I read it in person. It does say that. I got it right. Yeah, well, guess what? Pull it up, but yes, it does say. The horrific fact is I have the power to do this, this, and this, get down a lot, but it would not be true. That's exactly what it says.
Yeah, it does, Jacob. It does. It does, okay? It just, I tell you, listen, look, here's what I'll hear. Listen to me. The only thing I'm trying to tell you, I think this could be just an honest mistake. It could be an honest person who has really had a rough life and just honestly trying to fit in and everything is a muck, okay? It could be. Or every single time that something is questioned or comes up,
Your wife can be with and arrest you, and the whole freaking family wishes she was Hanna. She could be a witness for that. Don't you see that she can be?
what is he saying?
Not me. Maybe not you. The rest of us do.
Hey, wait a minute, what is he saying?
He said that at least she could be a witness that says whenever arrested that the whole family, that me, wishes she was Hanna.
Well, you don't want to say that, Jake. Oh, my gosh. No, we don't want that. Just don't even talk about that. Just don't. Okay, that's wrong wording. I mean, that's really wrong wording. Oh, my Lord, that's telling don't talk. Best thing to do, just don't talk. You don't remember, you don't know nothing, you miss everybody dearly. That's the only thing you need to tell them people, because let me tell you something, they're going to twist everything we say anyways.
No,
I'm not saying a word.
Best thing is not to say a single word, because people would take it the wrong way. They would use it the wrong way.
Yes, absolutely. No, I'm just going to let the attorney talk, and I'm not saying nothing.
Well, now, just don't say a word.
Just tell him not to talk. I'm talking. Just don't. Tell him not to talk.
No, it's not. Don't talk.
Tell him I said so.
I would like her to be alive, yes. But do I wish she was dead? No. I would like to wish the best for her? No. I didn't marry Hanna. I married Seth. Okay. Look, you want to do what you want. Look, I'm not mad. I'm upset. You're paranoid. It's fine. You have the right to be. You can do whatever you want. I'm not stopping. I'm doing what I think. You want to do your thing, you do your thing. And my fault, you're going to be wrong. Your fault, I'm going to be wrong. So you just do
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying I'm hoping, but I do want to know. Now, let me ask something. If I wasn't married to your dad right now, and I had a boyfriend, okay, and Sophie Bullwine was in concern, and you guys, and life sentences, and and dying, because I'm not taking a life sentence, Jake. I'm going to take the electric chair, and I'm going to die. I'm telling you, if they frame us, I'm not sitting in prison. You will not see the kids. They will not let them come see you. You'll sit in there, and you'll have to fight them retards off every single day. I'm not doing that.
Well,
I'm saying if they frame us.
Yeah, you know what? Either way. You know what? You go right ahead and do that. I'm not. I'll take my life sentence. They won't keep me in there forever. God, there seems I've got 60 years to get out.
Baby, I love you. It's just a fighting battle every single day in those places. I don't want to do that.
Well, Mom, I love you. You've got no balls. You're taking it easy. If that's what you're going to do, you're taking an easy way out. I'm not that way. Do what you got to do.
You're not thinking clearly, Jacob.
Oh, yeah, I am.
You're not.
Oh, yeah, I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You think? Okay. So you want to do it. Mom said that they do frame us when we get there and she has the option. She's going to take the death penalty instead of the life. She won't have to deal with the whole being in prison for her whole life. What do you think? You would let the chair, or would you rather have a life sentence? You at least have a chance.
You take life sentence long. I'm sure they can have a election chair, but I guarantee you the first officer standing beside me next to me, man.
Oh, whatever. You go ahead.
Kill me for the bullets. I'm going to kill everyone I can. Make sure I'm mentally after like the man that I call mine.
You got to do that. I'll take the smart way. I'll get out. One way or another.
Jake, look, I love you. Look, just stop. Jake, listen to me. Stop. Stop.
Why?
I got to tell you guys something. You need to stop talking about this stuff on this phone, okay? That's one thing
you
you need to stop doing.
First of all, I know we're listening. Yes. They don't get onion thugs. They got house thugs.
They probably do. They probably do, so you need to stop talking about it.
I would kill anybody in their life. Ryan, I want to kill you.
George, shut up.
Oh my gosh, trying to get off the caffeine. He's going to run the weekend That's all he does. He runs the weekends when he comes home. Bullvine waits all week for him to come home.
You need to have a smiling face when Bullvine gets to him. You there, Bullvine? You got a happy eye. Bullvine.
Yes, because he is all week long has talked nothing about happy.
Don't screw up the weekend for Bullvine. Be happy.
Look, anyway, Jake, look, all I don't want you to do is I don't want you to say anything, okay?
I'm not saying a word. I'm telling you, do what you want, and I don't want no part of it.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But anyway, look, I hope it'll work out for the best. But I do need to talk to you two when you get home, and I don't want to talk on the cell phone because I don't want them idiots to hear every single thing I say.
And does that represent a complete recording of the portion of that conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
And just for clarification, they talk in there about suspecting the house is bugged and other things are bugged. You talked about in 2017 the vehicle that they had driven to the border in Montana. There were devices placed in there, correct?
Yes.
And phones were monitored in 2017 as well, correct?
Yes.
And then for 2018, there's truck and phones as well, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever any listening devices installed in any of the homes that they lived in?
No.
Okay. Or Frederica Wagner's home or anybody else's home?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as quadruple I-14.
This is call number 5176 from this particular line. Call took place on June 12th, 2018 at 15:14. It's an outgoing call from George Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, George and Angela Wagner talk about Beth.
And can we please go ahead and play triple I-14A? Are you missing? Wait. Sorry. Can you pause, please? Okay, sorry.
Quadruple I-14A.
Quadruple. Sorry.
Hello? Yeah.
Is Beth at the house?
No.
Okay, I love you. Do you want some kind of kick, So just pay attention and go get that one thing off of him.
Okay, what's wrong?
I don't know. But she's complaining to Jake that, Jake has the same views or the same opinions on things. Jake keeps saying, well, no, not exactly. It's not the same, but it's also not the same situation either. And he kept asking a bunch of other questions. He told her he didn't want to talk about that stuff on the phone, that he would talk to her about it when he got home and stuff. And I'm telling you, Mom, there's something up with her.
Well, I know this morning that she had a horrible fit when you guys went to the junkyard, saying that Jake didn't need her because he had me. And I said, Beth, he doesn't need me. I said, he's a grown man. And she said, well, he might not need, no, she said, he might not need you for sex. He could get a whore for that. But he said, he needs you for everything else. I said, no, he doesn't.
I'm telling you, the way that he's talking on the phone and stuff, I really think she's in the attempt right now of leaving him.
Of leaving?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, this morning she talked about it. She did. She literally talked about leaving. She said that because she said that Sophie tore up the wedding photo and that she screamed for an hour that she didn't want Beth around, and she said that Mrs. Knoll, one of the ladies, I asked her if Mrs. Knoll didn't tell her, if Deanna didn't tell her that it was going to be difficult being a mom to someone like Sophie. She told me that Mrs. Knoll and the other women that she trusted up there told her, this is her exact words, that it was going to be easy because of the fact that Sophie was over 3 and her mother was already dead. So Sophie would just latch on to her and forget about her mother, and it would be a piece of cake, and her and Jake and Sophie could live a happy little life doing whatever they want, wherever they want in their own little house.
That's not going to happen.
That's what she told me.
I also think that she is fit because there's a possibility of considering going back to the other farm.
Because she's going to have to work.
Yeah.
That's how it comes, because she can't go up there and just, Jake told her to move this load of gravel. If she had to get a bucket, he wanted her out here, me, her, and the kids to move this load of gravel, right?
Yeah.
Mom's mowing my yard. After she mowed Granny's, Mom's mowing the grass. I'm moving the gravel with the sled, and she comes out and wants to know if I want her to clean my toys up in the house. And I said, no, you don't have to. She said, well, can I go to the library? I said, well, I'm working on the gravel.
I know the library's closed. I think the post office trying to get something for herself, and they didn't have it in. She's throwing a dot off the field.
Yeah, she's wigging out big time.
I know.
And she's trying to blame me for it all, is what she's trying to do.
I know that. That's a bunch of other whores. Now, I love you. I want you to get up one thing, and I don't want you, during the day, I'm sorry. You tell Mama that you really need her during the daylight hours, just the babies and herself around you at all times, so there's a witness around you.
Yeah.
Okay? I want a witness in your sight at all times.
Okay, what happened, Levine?
When it's dark, listening.
Yeah.
I want you to
we'll get a Band-Aid.
Go in the room, lock the door, and keep that thing with you.
Okay, here, Bovine, let's go get a Band-Aid.
I do not trust that girl. If you talk to Granny, Mom, and you get that deal. I don't like, in the situation we're in, I'm sorry, I don't like being away from home where I can't get there to keep it myself.
Okay, that's fine, Dad, that's fine. I'll take care of it. But look, let me tell you something. What else did she say?
Mom, I don't even know if she said that stuff. I'm going off where I'm trying to read from Jake's body language the words that Jake's saying.
I know she's gonna leave him, George, and she's gonna blame stuff. No, you wait. I read those letters to you.
She's not left already because she ain't got no money and she ain't got no car. He gives her a car and he gets that money and puts her name on that bank account. That's when she'll leave. She'll empty that motherfucker and say, I'm gone.
Yeah, I know. He shouldn't do that. I'm telling you, he shouldn't. If he was, I'm telling you, he shouldn't. And it's something else that he doesn't know. If something happens and he puts her name on there and he gets arrested,
yes, it's hers.
Sophie will get nothing.
No, and she'll leave with it.
I know that.
None of us have a chance. Look, I got the altar. You come back with the stress. I love you.
All right, love you.
Keep with you. Stay locked tonight. Keep Grandma as a witness within sight at all times during daylight hours.
Mm-hmm.
And get Granny to do that deal and find me a way of being home, Mom. I don't like leaving you on the
Okay, gotcha.
It tries sometimes.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay?
Yeah.
I
gotta get moving. Okay, that's fine.
Country, all Pike County, everybody got to get us. I don't like getting away where I can't protect your mind.
George, that's fine. I got it. Okay?
All right, love you.
Love you, bye.
All right.
And was that actually the entire conversation for that call.
Yes.
Going to show you what has been marked as quadruple I-15.
This is call number 260 from this particular line. It's a recording from the device named TSB that was found in the sleeper part of the truck. It's dated June 12th, 2018 at 16:08, and the context notes read, George Wagner talks about Beth and family.
Okay, if we could please play quadruple I-15A.
No, Jake, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to worry about the person you trust or trying to take care of and support. Because they'll spend your hard-earned money on a freaking car and help get a roof over their head and spend $400, $500, $600 on her new clothes and stuff. So you go out here and work your butt off and spend all 5 days a week away from your daughter. You shouldn't have to worry about her lying or going to molest your daughter. You should not have to worry about that. All I want you to know, when it comes down to it, thinking kids, the only one that knows we have, mine, us, mom, me, and dad. That's it. No matter who it is or who's doing them, that's the only one that knows we count on.
Does that accurately reflect the portion of that conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
Going to show you what has been marked as quadruple I-16.
This is call number 4744, and dated June 12th, 2018 at 21:39. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to Beth Wagner's phone, and at the time of this call, Angela Wagner was using Beth's phone. The context notes read, Angela Wagner talks about Tabitha Clater.
And can we please play quadruple I-16A?
Hello?
Hey, is your brother asleep?
I think so. Why?
Okay, when he wakes up, I want you to ask him something for me, okay?
All right.
Okay, I think, like almost 99% sure, that Tabby is using her old Facebook page under Tabby Breach, the one she had when him and her were together.
Yeah.
And I think she's up to her old tricks again. I think she's got, a bunch of guys, running and stuff, how she does. But anyway, pretty sure she's using that page. So ask him if he remembers what the thing is for that page.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
And I don't care what time it is, just have him call me.
Okay.
All right, are you doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got half our pile of gravel moved today.
Okay.
Okay, love you.
All right, love you, bye.
Bye.
Again, is that copy of that portion of the conversation that you prepared for us today?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I-17. If you could please tell us what that is.
This is call number 719, dated June 13th, 2018 at 11:26. It's an outgoing call from Billy Wagner's phone to George Wagner, and at the time of this call, Angela Wagner was using Billy's phone. The context notes read, George and Angela Wagner discuss coming back to Wilmington due to a, quote, family emergency.
And do you know the significance of that date?
I don't remember the exact order of events off the top of my head. Around the time of the text message.
Objection, she either knows or she does not.
Well, I suppose that's you ask us, you know, and that should be a yes or no, I guess.
Okay. Do you know what was occurring in the investigation at that time?
There were pictures being shown of a hand holding a gun, two family members.
Okay. And if we could please play quadruple I-17A.
It's a picture of Jake's hand holding a pistol with a silencer on it. Come on, George, pick up the phone. Hello? Hey, what did you need?
Jake called and left the office after she didn't answer. I'm going to help get Temple in 40 minutes, and I'm going to unload, tell them I'm family emergency coming back to Wilmington.
Hey, listen to me. I don't know what Chris told you or anything like that, but I just got off the phone with Mom, and Mom said that it was a black guy, and I think James that was out there. They said they came just to talk, and said that they showed a picture of a pistol in a man's hand.
No, they said they showed a picture of a pistol by itself, a picture of some kind of silencer, a picture of a pistol with a silencer, and then a picture of Jake's hand by itself, and then a picture of Jake's hand holding a gun.
Well, Mom said the picture with Jake holding the gun, Jake's hand supposedly holding the gun, had the silencer on it.
Okay, well.
Mom said that it looked like maybe it didn't. She had never even seen it before. But the thing is, she said they came out there just to talk and said that they were ready to lock things down. But I asked Mom who they were ready to lock stuff down on, and Mom said she didn't know that Chris was out there, that they wanted to talk, and she told him that we had an attorney for not to talk to them to leave. And she said, he asked her, said, well, do you have an attorney? Mom said, no, but this property is mine, and I'm telling you to get off. Well, anyway, hang on a second. Anyway, I know Chris on that really, Chris said they were looking for Jake and Jake only. And look, I want you to make sure, I want to know if one of those pictures had a picture of Jake's hand on a gun with a silencer on it. Or even how he knew it was Jake's hand. Because Chris told me that it just even looked like Jake's hand. They're saying that it looks like Jake's hand with Jake's tattoo on it. It looks like. Yes, that's what they're screaming. And Jake has never freaking touched it in his life because Jake didn't do anything. They're making crap up. All right, look, I'm gonna message John. All right. Hold John. Let's try. All right, bye.
And Ms. Everslage, there is a part of that call at the beginning where Angela and Billy are talking, and you had, in the background on this listening aid, that appeared to be recording conversation before George actually picked up the phone. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And the basis is?
The recording speaks for itself.
Well,
I'll permit you to replay a portion of it if you wish to.
Well,
but it has to
I'll ask it a different way, Your Honor.
Say it again.
I'll ask it a different way.
All right. Okay.
If I have a phone that you are monitoring on an interception warrant, and I call Mr. Junk, while the phone is ringing and before Mr. Junk picks up, does that interception warrant begin to record anything that I say while I'm waiting for him to pick up?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I-18. If you can tell us what that is.
This is call number 5580. On this particular line, it's dated June 13th, 2018 at 12:29. It's an outgoing call from Angela Wagner to George Wagner, and the context notes read, Angela Wagner tells George Wagner not to say anything on the phone.
Okay, and if we could please play quadruple I-18A.
What? Hey, listen, I gotta tell you something, okay? This is real important. Just, I'm gonna tell you this real quick, and then we're not making it. Don't talk about nothing on your phone. Oh, no. Wait till you get home. Don't explain anything. Don't say a word about anything. Watch everything you do. The other thing is, if they arrest you, don't sign nothing. They don't say nothing except I'm not talking. Don't even tell them your name. If they tell you to, if they take your wallet and everything and say, we just need you to sign this for your wallet and everything, tell them, no, my attorney will take care of it. I'm going to tell them no. I love you. I don't think it's me they're going to arrest, Mom. Do what? I don't think they're going to arrest me. I'm just telling you, George. Make sure Jake understands. Don't say a word.
Mom, I told Jake not to say a word or sign anything already. And Jake said he's not. He'll wait on John. But
Listen to me.
showing, everything that they're trying to point out is all on Jake. Has been since the beginning. So they're trying to arrest Jake.
I know what's happened, George. I know. Your dad's got this figured out. But now listen to me. Are you listening? Make sure he does. And I don't want him talking too fast about anything. From here on out, it's hi, honey, how you doing? Love you, blah, blah, blah.
Well, he done told her everything that happened and everything was said and everything they shared.
Tell him to stop.
I tried, Mom.
Because they are probably listening, George. They're probably listening to your phone.
Hey, will you listen to me? That other stuff that I told you to space stars, he knows about it. He's severely sick. You hear me? Hello? Hello? Tom? Hello? 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 Hello?
Okay. And again, is that an accurate copy of actually the entire phone call, that particular phone call?
Yes.
Going to show you what has been marked as quadruple I-19.
This is call number 5295, dated June 14th, 2018 at 10:12. It's an outgoing call from Jake Wagner to a number for R&L Carriers Dispatch. The context notes read, Jake Wagner calls R&L Dispatch, reference a family emergency.
Okay. And what is R&L?
It was at the time the employer of Jake and George, R&L Carriers Trucking Company, the same owners as the truck that had the devices installed in it.
Okay. And can we please play quadruple I-19A?
Okay. Well, that would work. I got a family emergency back at home, so I just, with my load, wherever I'm down here, if I get down there, I need to go leave somewhat. How back to Wilmington?
Gotcha. Well, let me get you into Mr. Smart then, because if you got a family emergency and need to go home, you always have to speak to a manager or a director. Randy's in charge. That's the guy we all work for any days off or anything. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
At R&L Carriers, we understand your time.
Randy.
Yeah, hi. My name's Edward Wagner. Wilmington P2 code. Anyway,
yes, sir.
We're on my forever and I are on our way down to Dallas right now.
I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
That's not much better.
How about now?
That's a little better, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so we're on our way down to Dallas right now. Hello, St. Louis. Anyway, when we get down to Dallas, when we get our load going back to Wilmington, I thought this actually anyway, I have a family emergency. I got to take care of back to the house. And so I can take the load down to Texas, and I can take one back to Wilmington, or maybe shoot over a couple hundred miles to get a load back to Wilmington. But I got to okay it so that when I get back to Wilmington, I can take that I think it'd be like probably a day off early.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Well, we're busy. I mean, if it's a family emergency, we'll work with you. We definitely going. If it's an emergency, the emergency family comes first. I have no problem there. We'll probably keep your partner running though, because like I said, we're backed up right now. So if you go home, we'll probably still need to keep him running.
Well, that's the situation. My partner is my brother, and it's a family emergency for both of them.
Okay.
I would go to Texas and then come back to Ohio, and we'll be back to Ohio Saturday afternoon probably, so it'll be cutting probably an East Coast loadout. That's what it is.
Okay.
We'll be back Saturday evening. Well, actually probably Saturday afternoon, probably around 5 or 6 p.m.
Okay. I'll let you guys know, and we'll get you to Dallas. We'll try to get you heading back this way as soon as possible. We'll get you back this way as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep. Bye.
Okay, and again, is that an accurate copy of the recording that you prepared for us regarding call number 5295?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I-20.
This is call number 2620 from this particular line. It's dated June 14th, 2018 at 12:16. It's an outgoing call from Angela Wagner to George Wagner, and the context notes read George and Angela Wagner talk about theft.
Okay, and if we can please play quadruple I-20A.
Well, here's another thing. Your dad heard the conversation, and I'm going to tell you something else happened last night, and your dad was here. Guess what happened? I put in 2 trays of ice in the freezer. The little one that looked like that she dipped the Oreos in, you know, I hadn't filled it up yet, right? And your dad was wanting ice yesterday because, you know, for his diet pop. Well, while your dad and I were watching TV and everything, Beth went in there and she filled that little Oreo enough to put it in the freezer. Well, when I went in last night, Dad and I was watching a new movie Chris got, and I went in late and I got some ice out of that Oreo thing, and I fixed me an orange pop. That ice tasted like that nasty, disgusting medicine again, okay? I took it in there. I told your dad, I said, smell this. He's like, oh, it's disgusting. I said, take a taste. He took a taste and about puked. So I take it in there, I pour it out. Now wait, I take it in. Listen to me. Here's the thing. He wouldn't even drink it. I took it in there, I poured it out, I put the rest of the ice cubes down in the sink. I got my ice cube tray out. It was already frozen with a little fish. So when I'm in my mouth, it tasted just fine. I got a glass of water out of the sink. I tasted it, I took a let your dad taste it. Nothing, no bad smell, no bad taste.
Sometimes drugs are trying to get into our system. No, we ain't got time to do that. The rest of the drugs in our system will try to use that.
Something is wrong. I'm just going to tell you that there is something wrong. And she's been in that. Is she on the wait? Is she on the Steph? Is she on the phone with Jake?
I don't know.
Well, she's still in that house, and she waited until I turned my back.
You listen to me, Mom. Jake said there's what's on the papers. Is what I said is on there. That is a direct bold-faced lie to what she's told him. He said that's it.
What part?
He said he won't put up with a liar.
What part did you tell him about?
All of it.
Well, George, you were right there when I read it to you, so you couldn't have lied to me.
Jake, and I told him, I said, Jake, there's no influence that you're not trying to say miscommunication on any of it, but you can't miscommunicate, I hate God.
Well, anyway, I still got those papers. I think I'm going to go get them right now and put them under lock and key. You know, when I go to Granny's here in just a little bit, I'm going to make triple copies of everything.
Yeah, and I said, I want Madeline to have a set. I want Granny to have a set. I don't care what he says. I want John to have a set.
And again, Ms. Eversley, just that a accurate copy of that portion of the conversation that you prepared for us today.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is call number 543 from this particular line. It's a recording from the device named TSC, which was found in the sleeper compartment of the truck. It's dated June 14th, 2018 at 16:34. The context notes read, Jake and George Wagner discuss a, quote, wish list of firearms.
If we could please play quadruple I 21A.
Really good darn computer wish list. Get that. And it was created on 2/11/2015, modified on 5/1/2015. Students from your computer. And it says, where are you at? It says, title, Georgia, not Georgia. Glock 9mm, Rhoden 96 caliber, Glock revolver, Force revolver 57, Random 514 carry, Random target 1922, Winchester 9430, infield Mark 2303, infield Mark 2303, Mark 2 target 303. Third Jake 70 camo, rear Jake 70 trap, right to 118712, rear rim 77 rear rim 77 point, right to wood match 39 rear rim 7726, CMD 22, FKF 13 9. This is small. Force 145 9mm, American 22, Cricket 22. This is that. Coach gun 12 gauge, full barrel 22 mag, 22 gauge over and under. Zodiac 36, Rhoden 92 9mm, Derringer, MK2 Ruger 2245, CZ 22 or 223, Keltec TMR 30, Then it says Sophie, Cricket 22. Then it says Jake, the scoremaster, in 22 black, target master, 22 satin. Ruger, 1022 in olive green. Rossi, 410, 22 olive green. Anyway, Rick 870 Wingmaster, Rick 870 Master Black, Rick 870 Trap Black, Ithaca Black, Mossberg 12 gauge, Winchester 30 olive green, Winchester 9417 Black, Rossi 45 Colt, Browning 8 volt silver, Springfield 03 in black, Springfield 03 in black, Infield in black, Infield in black, Forest Millennium 45 ACT, Colt 1911.22, and DC Triumph. Which happened we don't even have because it was just a wish list. Then it says, I've got one tax. Maybe we can meet today and we can if you can tell me where the 1911.22 is, I'd really like to address it sooner than later. Your cooperation is very appreciated. Don't make no more wish listing like that. Use the freaking wish list. Hang on. That's all it says. Exactly what I just showed you. There's a picture of it. Just don't turn out from my computer. That's it. Don't need to stare at it. Half those are all wish list. It's not more than half.
Okay. And again, is that an exact copy of the conversation that occurred between Jake and George in call number 543?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as quadruple I-22.
This is call number 6197. It's dated June 14th, 2018 at 21:15. It's an outgoing call from George Wagner to Angela Wagner, and the context notes read, George and Angela Wagner discuss a picture of a hand holding a gun.
And can we please play quadruple I 22A?
Hello?
Hey,
Yeah.
how you by yourself?
Yeah.
Did you show me pictures of that ones I sent you?
Well, let's put it this way. I did not do that. I was opening your thing, and Big Granny walked by me, and she said, "Oh, is that pictures that Ryan was sending?" And she said, "Look, man, look, that's not Jake's hand. That's not Jake's hand." And Beth looks at her and says, "Yes, it is." "No, it's not." "Well, that's what she said."
That is not Jake's hand.
"Well, that's what she said." And Granny said, "I don't think so. You think that's your husband's hand? It sure don't look like it to me." And she said, "Yep, that's Jake's hand. That's his thumb, all right."
She's full of crap.
Well, Georgia, I know that, okay?
Jake just wants to know if somehow she's seen them.
Yeah, well, you better hope to God they don't call her to the stand. That's what I'm going to
hope
say.
to. One of the guys. I don't know
Hey,
about. Yeah.
Okay, and again, Ms. Everslade, is that an accurate copy of the call between Angela and George Wagner, reflected in call number 6197?
Yes.
Your Honor, if we may approach, please.
Yes. Until 3:30. You'll be coming back up here at 3:30. You'll be brought up by court personnel, and you'll be listening to some more recordings at that time. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research as to the facts or the law of the case from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, and have no contact with any participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Is there anything further from counsel for either side before we break until 3:30?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we are in recess then until 3:30 this afternoon. At that time, jurors are to assemble at the jury room.
are in the process of printing and stapling the transcripts, or the listening aids for the jury.
Okay.
This is a call that we'll definitely need it for. It's about 20 pages. They've been printing for a few minutes. I think Angie just ran down. She should be out in a few minutes, but we're very close.
All right. I don't know if Jason's bringing them up or not, but I guess it really, as long as we don't start, we can just wait a moment or two. Let me ask this, how long do we anticipate, since that sounds like that's a fairly long...
44-ish minutes.
Okay.
The call is 54, but the first 10 minutes is dead, so we're going to start it at the 10-minute mark.
So, okay, so but that'll pretty much take us to quitting time for the day. And then the first witness tomorrow morning at 9 would be a defense witness.
Did he go to get the jury?
What's that?
Did he
I
go to
think
get
he
the jury?
is.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, did I leave my phone down there? Yes.
Will this be 5:02? Is that where we are?
Not the final two, Your Honor. We still have more recordings for tomorrow.
He said 5:02.
5:02. Will this be 5:02?
Yeah.
And did we give the judge a full transcript?
And the defense attorney's got one too, right? You guys have the, Kathy may give him, okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so they're making one for the judge and one for each of the defense attorneys.
And while you were out, Ms. Canepa, it was discussed a little bit. This probably will be the last recording played
It
today.
is 45 minutes long, so it'll take us up to or maybe a little past 4:30. So probably is a good time to break.
We're ready for the jury.
Were you left in the bathroom? See, I was in there with her, but not in,
Not in the stall
Yeah.
with me, yeah.
Not like that. Don't play.
You may be seated.
Yes.
And the state may resume questioning.
Okay. Ms. Everslage, I am already up on the screen. It's State's Exhibit quadruple I-23. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Yes, this is call number 502 from this particular line. It's a recording from the device named TSB that was found in the sleeper part of the truck. It's dated June 26, 2018 at 19:58, and the context notes say, Jake and George Wagner talk about Beth and their living situation.
And for purposes of the record, we are going to start this call at 10:07. By agreement of the parties, the first 10 minutes will not be played, but wanted to make that clear for the record.
That's agreed to by...
Yes, that's correct.
Why your mouth? You tell yourself, what is that freaking undercover spy? You'll stop it. I quit this job and I'm done. Darn right. Why? Look for what else? You're not going to fix anything with her. She is a great robot spying for BCI. You're not quite saying what freedom I'll say to her. Anything to be modified out about her, you're going to quit relaying to her. Well, I'm straight. I don't care, because I don't feel safe if that crazy woman hustles my son. I will quit so I'll make sure my son is protected. Bad enough because I'm living in the house with you. really like taking care of helicopter and all that paperwork together. I still don't know how to do that. But it was old stuff. Okay? I'm not having my son send me cancer every day. I'm not doing it. That girl is a brainwashed false person. You're sexually molested this town. You're brainwashed to say the daddy was. 6 years, Jake, and you can't get it out of the system. It is happening. It's right now. That is the fact part of the TV watching more than the babysitter in their place. I'm like 7 years old. 7 years old. You have to say that every single person up there. Where's the right way? I know the whole time says they're making you pay versus you can. But once again, it's working. You got to lay away from it. We're doing when I come back. We're going to do it. Walmart, back, and how come until we find out there ain't going to be a warrant, you can't keep all away from the kid? There is two sides of a walk in. How do you want to understand? One here is what you say. When you want it. Got it. Or what if you go because of a brother military was really trying to hold the barrier because she's a military and it's in a bubble. And she looks into what she is. I have seen already. There's a whole bunch of what is. What is the good? What is the bad? There's two sides of what is. You and Mom are both bad. Because you was wrong. Everything is like that. You are criticizing OJ. I watched the way she acted since she flipped out. I lived with that whore. I know she acts just like her. Can I do that? You can't say what you mind me by denial. No, she doesn't act just like her. You got a couple of issues. There's nothing to say. Medication or therapy. I got freaking issues. I need freaking therapy. Yeah, right words like you breaking our children. Don't get that. I'll take it into the court. It'll be great. Okay, he's also okay. All of a sudden, you actually look up over my head, so full of my children, they get back to see her family in Texas. You want to tell me how that is? I want to know. Well, if he tells somebody he's never going to see me again. Hey, George. My son's not a liar. It's not a story. See, all my bones heard that. Day after Pete guy was there. He knew these guys was there. My son is not a liar. Your wife is a liar and has been proven a liar. Time and time again. to be a liar. I want to prove. And I ain't gonna have it. If I keep telling you this full of bullshit lies, all right? Miscommunication. I know for dead. You people go around testing you are, and you fall for it. Who lying finger? Like this, like your stupidity and monsters is some stuff on one freaking motive. You can't even freaking read correctly. You told me all this crap was on that paper. It's just a mistake. Oh my gosh, it's so bad. And I read from top to bottom. Well, damn it. There's some wrong crap. But no, what's that? You know that? But you need to stay away from my son. And you literally put my son in danger. And you're the one. And you tell me, oh, you're doing your big stuff. And you're the one to tell me that, oh my God. They want that he's got to have this. BDSM type of man. And she's had, Jake, that is what it means. And she's had many men. And you're going to say that. Okay? Way she wrote that. Her bullshit lies won't work on us. No. I read that. From top to bottom. Second time. First time, it's very work back. I didn't look through. I'm thinking, well, what you guys will tell me. There's her bullshit lies won't work on us. And then I go back and read the whole thing, top to bottom. And the only thing it says is that she was a man that's going to support her in her passion. And part of the state she had a meeting in. Because I got a married gay man. That's what he said. You guys just got a word to say this is it. Back and back, look at it, read it, count the letters. There's no scribble. It's different as they say. It's just married. I'm not looking my fucking thing. You guys are freaking what? His mom's place. He's not living there. Well, that's whatever. Knock that out. You guys are going to have this. That's not what we'll do that. We'll put the distance so that there's no on it. But you're going to look at two sides before you. No, I'm looking at two sides. I know what she is. I'm not trusting her ever. Don't you won't let me around. No, I won't. I don't want to. That's different, Jake. I don't want to. You don't want to risk my son. There's no risk. You're going to. My son being in safety is better than that. I'll tell you what, no. You're not looking at anything what you're going to have. It's all you're looking for. Mind about facts. No, Jake. I know how one acts. I've been around too many of them. And she acts just like me. You were married to Chris and all that. She can see that she acts like them. No, what she doesn't. She doesn't. She's not socializing. No, she's not a social person. You're lying, Jake. She's a pretty little fiancee. Jake makes it better than that. No, it's not. First off, we'll say that. What do you have for I have told you just lied. About what? Which one? Everything. Which one? Towards everything. She's lying about her family. He changed the story 5 million times. He's lying to you. But you have to like a Sayor. He doesn't come like a Sayor. That's 2 words. Okay. Everything you freaking. You're going to that bloody freaking house. And you told us, you don't do it, you're the perfect Christian, you don't do this, you don't do that, you don't make lies, and you won't cause trouble, you won't hate the family. That was my evaluation, and of course what you did, you took down that freaking bullshit about evil crap about mom for a first date she had on. You will tell us that throughout the whole time of mom always yelling at me, yelling at you. How do you know he's yelling at me and he was getting lift something in Alaska? How? I'm so sorry, everything you get here. Your dad yelling something. You and dad just like one. I tried to look stuff I could. Oh, you got to hang up damn phone? I ain't just busting the hell on that already. I ain't getting any deeper than that freaking girl. I ain't doing it. What are you doing to piss everybody off? Sure, there's going something. Yes, you other thing? She ain't going. You don't want to realize that. Or you can stay here. You've always got down the world, hell's going over the woman. I don't know. That's for a woman will say, you want to do that then? Fine. I'll probably you won't live there again. I'll go and start dating Sam. Instead, you come live with me. Now let's see you have her live there with me. If it gets her out of the house to live with my son, that's all I care about. I don't care. If you're not I am too. Yeah, I am. But I know yours is one. You not know. He's coming. Now you know all that 60 right there. When she gets her little butt up the air, you take half everything you got. Don't you everything you have. If you want her money ticket, when she leaves you, we're going to use it all against us. Every last piece of it. About certain situations that you always talk about. I tell you stop something because you get upset and you won't stop it. Oh yes, if you told me an animal like a gorilla and you live with the animal, you don't think they're more to it. You're not back there sitting there, oh, the hot girl, I could be one of the law and they 2,500 a night. You got the other animal. No, you said that means you can still live with the animal, you can be like a gorilla. That would be. That would be. If you wanted to, that would be. No, would Jay? That's the one that's up. Jamie says, stop, still one step. About 3 barrels stick whatsoever. He's a godforsaken liar! Lucy's not. He is a fucking sex addict! Lucy's not! We talk about it, you can't get enough. If you don't want to have a quick sex lesson, right? If you don't get as much as you want. Not say wrong as a liar either. That's how you sit right. Even on the street. Maybe 1 year, 2 weeks, that's not done. There's something wrong about that. One girl, a husband or wife, they went on these streets. They should be a problem. What's something every day? If you look at it, you can go down the road. You don't know you're not. You don't go down off the block. Library. Yeah, you walk 2 times in Chris picked her up from the library on her way back. The library is a left turn back to the post office. Not more from straight forward to coming back to the intersection. You tell them to go to the firehouse, not the library. Explain that one to me, Jake. When you go up to the down, you pass the post office. If you turn left, you go up to there where Jake takes to the library. If you go straight up the hill of the firehouse down towards the ridge, that's where she was coming from. She was almost back to the intersection. Okay? How's that the library? She's supposed to be at the library. Why was she up there? Somewhere up by the basketball. Alright? Hey, Jake, go up the hill. Go down the ridge. Up the hill. That's smart. The doctor's office, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, look, it's time. Okay, look. What are we pushing? No. That's pretty cool. Okay. Because people up there, I told you to go up there and ask what they were hiring. You're always just trying to pick up for her. So I'm telling you, that's just what they want. They're done whatever they do with tonight. Lord. They're going to place these up in the place that gets the top of her hair like a romance novel, makes everybody want to see it. You can't help it if you want. No, Jake, but she really deliberately swings the hips and does her hair like this, and every time her eye is playing, and swings my head like this, to the opposite direction, like this. This is a movement. Lord. That is how it's run. Jake, it's like a romance novel. If you watch a romance movie, you read a romance novel of how they do it. And everybody has a chance to do things. Like natural, like Jake. Then walk, Jake, just like a girl. Jake, that's not a natural movie. You can see it's not natural, it's so unnatural. Lord, it's natural. Oh my God. listen, we go on and on, you'll run to you, you'll stop, and we get these to this here, watch, I'm going to show you exactly, you'll flip right here, like a freaking romance novel, and take me to hell. That's not what that is. Take those questions down. I'm going to show you a freaking romance novel video, and I said it all. All of you have inside the land of a freaking plain old romance novel, though. Nah, I think that's one. All of you have that. I think you're thinking about sex. All of you no, there's no thinking about sex without that.
Minimize.
Everyone in her life before she went to her life. And you have put it on. That was awful. Over what? She doesn't know. Okay. She doesn't know too much distrust. How? And the number one distrust was she stood there and let her do my knee. Oh my God. We're going up to the something did not want her last night going in there and going to sleep, you guys. I told you twice. And Sophie did it. Sophie's not going to, Jake. Because Sophie says that she tells you anything about not putting death around, but she'll leave with that. Well, I can't help that. I better put down there and tell you the truth. She's going to continue lying to you. George, that is not true. She said she came to her mom. I said, Mom, she asked her. She came to her mom. I told her every single time I put my child, 9 times out of 10, the first response out of their mouth is the truth. Now they understand that it's still didn't want her there. Or didn't want her there. But ever since I went on the website, she has not wanted to be part of it whatsoever.
Minimize.
I'm not giving this out today. I hope it's great that when you think you're going to marry her, that you turn out to be good. That you prove me wrong. Oh, there's a cop. I'm screwed up. So that's too much this stuff. You got a ringer down every corner. She leaves the house doors unlocked at night on purpose. You have no idea she touched that door because who else? Who else comes down it? I'm the one who wants to make over to you. On the heart. All right, I'll tell you right now. She did not make the words. When I was in there today, you got some Christian. Did not get left unbarred one night when you were gone. She goes back for one night. Now, listen to me. Here was some good in the kitchen. There's the baker. There's the baker. He said this. Well, I got up and built for one of us too. Although, what's on the street? I got up. Well, that's old same room. I'm not there. So she said, close the bathroom. I go into the kitchen. I got out of the kitchen. Robert said 12. Robin was at like 1:30. I don't know what time it was. It was very late. Robin was at like 1:30. That's the kitchen on it. I actually was back in there. I couldn't see there. Or said we were in the kitchen. And we talked like an hour or two. So if I was, said, your bedroom light is soft. I said, I didn't care. This is right. Mom, stop. Don't look shut. All the lights were out. And when I went by, the lights, this morning, we're going down the house for it. Because I got to see it on the door. And I thought, why on earth they not the door? They might have something. Fuck that. I'm going to read. I thought you might have stood outside or something. Which door, Dave? The front door. I'm sorry, Dave. See Mom make sure it was hard. Mom woke up early. The sun born. I don't know. So he was born. Oh, you sleep like a motherfucking rock. What's up with the down there and what you want? Okay, that's nice. So the boy wasn't there before it was sick, okay? The boy was on it when I went to bed. Hell no went to bed. I don't believe in your lie. I'm trying to take that for a lie. You're a liar. You're trying to make it look good for us. Well, we can come to that door and kill our major child. I'm not lying, George. I'm telling you. This is the first time it's happening. I'm telling you this right now. It's not the first time it's happened. I did not go to sleep till I got Sophie's chippy cup, and it was great. At least midnight. Every night the whole house was out, and that boy was not on the door. And I'm going to tell you something about that bar. She banned from using the front door. Okay? No more. Okay? Now that front door uses, no more. If I get down, she ain't like any of the door. I'm fixing it. Here on out, I get home with a flash on every exit door, and then I'm going to put a padlock on it. Nobody gets to keep it up. You don't even get a key. Okay? Now I'm fixing the problem of leaving our doors unlocked. The door was not, the bar was not there. Everyone else, they come here too late. When every too late down. Everyone is out. My son was 14 to pay this whole brand George. Not this bus came around, I don't. I think Frankie is in front of the far back rail further. And she was. I live in my own house, not in freaking Ohio. Obey from every single person. Just me, Beth, and Beth. That's pointing with me. I'm like, she knows she's the best. She knows where she's safe. I'm probably safe with me. No, she's not safe with you. She's safe. Now you all chaos and trauma around everyone you go near. No, she's not safe with you. She'll be dead. Find out. She heard that with me. And you're not killed. That's what you're going to do. But take it away, because you can't put yourself in a bad situation. It's not a bad situation. I got married. Okay. You're putting yourself in marriage to a wrong person. You really get in the wrong crowd. Again, you like this. You have a crowd. Good. What was these street stickers so following the people on Twitter and crap? Her boyfriend is the person of the bar and makes the back her brother. What excuse? Oh. What about fiancee, dude? Okay, fiancee. And I met him. And the brother. Okay. No miscommunication this job there, good. No. And I ain't done nothing wrong following her. I was asking why she's so bothered. He's the one that thinks she shouldn't have just you'll kill her because you're stopping all the friends. He's the one that said that. That's not why. So, but she said she's on the communicate with him to stop your friend. That's okay, good. Just so far, sorry, one. It's good. You know what? That's kind of funny. That, he's all about looking on, and he made some of her best friend, and then all of a sudden, we're having this conversation back on that we should get fired for looking at his something, all right, and here's on the board, something him, and then that lovely little Sunday morning, they tell me the guys are outside, just one phone call, take 30 phone call, and play game. 25 minutes later, on else got off the race. Anonymous phone call, and a woman got out struck at fire truck stop. Well, funny if you ask me. What are now called? It wasn't funny this fire. She came in there and took the phone and on the clock 6 this evening. And I got to make a really important phone call real quick, so I need my phone. 30 minutes later, already out called one person. No, on Sunday. They didn't call us Sunday. They don't bring it. They just call us Sunday. Or maybe it was Monday. I don't know. Might have been Monday. Well, 30 minutes after this, she went and made that call, fake call. What do you know about me? Sure. Oh, that's what he said that they got a call at 7 something or other. So then I started making the question. Or whatever. Yesterday, that at Clarence, there was a limousine without a vehicle. Now, there was not a person, woman, or whatever, that he said, it's respect that. That's what they had to look into. That, there was a racist, guilty. still have to look at that because he is a good deal. And since he's going ahead and say all that up 6 years now, and you're so versus if he called him and making 6 months for our friends, you were in legal trouble. Why do you not tell us you were in legal trouble? What's that telling me? I told her that, well, you know what her said? I told her, tell them that, let me know how you find her. I told her, big way. Instead of those, don't tell her, and just tell them that I have a white situation and I get hurt to unsafe because not only hurt me. On a verbal thing, it was a hard thing. And you just fine with it. But don't you have to say. You need to hide it from you now. There's facts. Hey, we'll go visit you for a few weeks. You and that tell everybody the truth on everything. Screw that crap. It always screws everything up. You were telling people the truth was the reason I did that. You should have lied to them. Maybe then they left us alone. I mean, when they asked for the phone, the computer felt too fast. They got rid of it. Maybe then they left us alone. They should have given it to them. My anger mouth is going to get us in trouble. The most that you're honest, he gets us in trouble. Children, you have to tell on yourself. Children, you have to tell on me. My whole life I've been in trouble trying to do telling on everything. You tell the honesty. I've got this whole hard truth. And say, shit, you don't understand. You're not. Yeah, but this is awesome. My God says it's not really well. You don't know, or it could be on the safety right now, she's writing out this perfectly enough to call perfectly up to find it. You know, the week down, there's stuff you have to keep writing this stuff down. Call me mom, got me stuff. If he's not writing stuff down, that's funny. They write stuff down after you round it off. Or if he keeps doing it over. Or if he's not there in the back of the stuff up to do it. I might say work the side down there. I'm not telling you. If you are tough one, you keep your finger. I want to put that as a whole reason. So I know you guys be regular. You know what that you guys say? The no one second for me. You're not drunk one. You ain't ready. You ain't getting any of it, so I get some much more of it. And I get a lot of it. And if you're not going to read it, I'll send it to John. And John will tell you it's reading on it. And John can tell you to get rid of her. Well, you still can. Not by law. Let me tell you something. If I live on a different piece of ground in a different house, I wouldn't be drug into this case. I'm still having a life stuff. If I ain't nice, still happy. I'm still doing right. And you're doing it to me again. What? Don't touch that. Don't let me get this one. No, it's 65 days. It's doing right there. That's it. Every time I'm going to take that back to the front, one guy does that. Lying, don't tell the truth. I'm not lying. Not telling. Then don't tell it. Don't lie, don't tell it, Jake. I'm gonna fix stuff, George. James, I fixed her! Don't lie! Fine, he's not fixing it! George, I'm not trying to fix stuff, I'm fixing issues. There is no issues that are fixed, okay? People are who they are, they don't change! I change. No, you didn't. You're accused these guys aside. No, I'm not, George. I do not want you to ain't listening to the show every little bit, Jake. Okay, don't feel better about yourself, George? Okay. Well, I got one thing. I was perfect. I'm going to find my place. You don't have a monkey, Jake. You're supposed to live, breathe, eat, sleep, crap, and die. That's wrong. Every person has a job. They can say God got a place, and they're supposed to do it. I got to fight, and I'm going to do it. I have no plan. But it is. Because don't look for it, don't fight it. Oh, wait, yes, I just think I have a plan. I really do think I have one. If it wasn't God, I would live that thing. I wouldn't live it very long, and I'd live it real close. Well, I know I've got to do it. I've got to find out what it is. One person, not to say, we'll get it for a pretty good $1,000. Or something, they'll make something, I don't know, this is what I think of it, now I do have to say. But there's some purpose God has for you to him with. That's all. Some person probably has to be inside something. That would be it. And I will not do something like that. Some different things. Just remember, when I die, you put it in there. It's your fault. You have to piss everyone off. And you know what, George? It's your fault in case. You think about it. When we're fine, get the red guy gas and we get electrocuted. I want you to realize it's your fault. He's going to come and turn on me breaking him back. It is your fault. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Everybody! You are part of everybody! If you don't have plans, say it when you stop. There is none. This world is full of evil, death, pain, and suffering. I'm saying if you got less for bad, any of us people. What you like to do the same. Monday, I tried saying this lawyer she could be good, and she just threw it all off once. Call it out. How did she get it over? If I call it a lie, Jack, the paper shows there's lies, and if that's just trust, and you just call it ignore a little thing better than miscommunication, that I you're wrong. And you just say, well, how text and talk and communicate. I know more bloody goddamn text than she does. Yes, I am. Your father is going to help you. Oh, hell! I'm reasonably fucking war! You're going to hurt her. Why, you're not going to help us. You're going to get your fucking off this time. You done this. Oh, it's you. I'm sick and tired of it. You don't care about God. And you expect God to help you. Okay, I don't expect him to help me. I don't want him to help me, because I can go see him. You do need him. Come on, Jake. Right there. If your son is going to be great, very sorry. No, I'm not about you. Maybe if you have some faith and ask God for help, you won't have this problem. You're being the thief of the devil, and that's just you are. So then, why do I put the effect in? No, look at you. Think for a second. Okay. You want to run this guy, that's what people fight for him. Okay? No. I know what the world is. I'm a real one. I know what happens in this world. It doesn't matter what's going to go through it. We're not part of the world. And you put it in this mess. You know what it is? Oh, like you got to spit everybody in the family off. It's not how they live. It's not how they work. You just had to do it. I'm being honest. Right, Jay? Honest. You do what honest fucking gets you. I think you got that better than the street. I think you got so easy, so hard, and room for how this works. That's still me. Job. Let your mind say they're right to say, really. I did not live on Wilson's ground. And I got her. We still live in a market town, Jake, and let's take one of your money out. I won't be able to take off. You don't have to. I'll take care of your mom. Well, there ain't that many of you in there. If you're buying, we'll cost you that money. Yeah. That's not broken water. They're going to lose everything. Bring the shit. Guess what? Then, anyway, then, George, who was going to this path? Man, I had a good life. And they screwed out. He was sober every day for the rest of his life. He's not a kid. You know what? Yeah, as long as you have a place to have stuff for hell, but you fucking force him in return. Often God don't let you away. This is fucking okay. Quick reality. Notice you can't have to do this, but reality. Reality is knowing that you have to follow the best you can, and there's no way to success in this case.
For the record, I don't know that I said it, but that was quadruple I-23A. And is that an accurate copy of the conversation between Jake and George from June 26, 2018, call number 502, except for the first 10 minutes, or 10 minutes and 7 seconds?
Yes, yes.
All right, so the time, council agree it's time for an evening recess.
Yeah, I think the next call would probably take us past 5, Your Honor, so I don't know.
Well,
If anybody wants to do
we
that.
will recess for the evening then. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, please present yourselves to the jury room. You'll be brought up by court personnel from the jury room to the courtroom. While you're, until you're back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence by anyone. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do no research at all concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case from any source at all, including newspapers, radio, and television, and also Facebook, other social networking sites, or any internet sites. And have no contact with participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either side have anything you wish to put on the record before we recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Jurors, please leave your notepads on your seat while your badge is on and back tomorrow morning.